Okay, so I went through this whole announcement without putting the microphone on. Okay, so let's start again then, shall we?
You're new to this.
Can you hear? You can hear now?
I'm a little rusty.
Yes. Yes, we
Okay.
can hear you now. Thank you.
Edmonds, you couldn't have something
Just
earlier.
ask the court reporter to
For
read it back.
those who missed it, today is July 14, 2021. And this is a regular meeting of the members of the State Liquor Authority being conducted in Albany and also a video conference to New York City and Buffalo. The meeting is being live streamed on the Authority's YouTube channel. As you've noticed, the chairs are spaced out for social distancing purposes. We ask that individuals who are fully vaccinated do not have to wear face masks. Individuals who are not fully vaccinated must wear face masks. We also ask that once your matter is heard, whether it's in any of the three offices, that you leave the full boardroom just to make space for others. If you are going to stay, please just take a seat and don't mingle around, so we can maintain adequate social distancing. Please remember that all the offices are still operating on an appointment basis, so if you have a licensing matter or a disciplinary matter, please don't just wander upstairs, whether it be here or in New York City. Make sure you have an appointment. The next meetings of the Authority will be July 28th, August 18th, and September 1st. There's going to be a public hearing on requests from Washington County to change the hours of sale on Good Friday. That public hearing will be held on August 16th at 11 a.m. at the Washington County Municipal Center, which is in Fort Edwards. I ask you to please silence your mobile phones while you're in the meeting room. Items will be called for the most part in the order they were signed in, first in Buffalo, then Albany, and then New York City. When your item is called, please approach the podium or the table in Albany and state your name. If you are an attorney or representative with your client, please identify your client as well. There are going to be time limits placed on those who are speaking. The time limits will be strictly enforced so it can move through the calendar in a timely fashion. The members will, in their discretion, afford additional time, either for allowing you for additional comments or to respond to their questions. We encourage you to use the full board supplemental system, where you can submit written material up until the Friday before the meeting, and that material will get to the members and they'll have it and have a chance to review it before the meeting. The time limit to the question for licensing matters. There could be a total of 5 minutes given to the applicant and anyone speaking in support of the application. It's going to be up to the applicant to allocate the 5 minutes between the parties who are appearing in support. There's going to also be a total of 5 minutes for those speaking in opposition. We're asking those people in opposition to kind of get together, come up with a spokesperson, or otherwise allocate the 5 minutes between the parties. If they can't agree, then the time will be divvied up between those who are in opposition, of no more than 2 minutes each, but not exceeding the total of 5 minutes. Given the time limits, we're encouraging you to not repeat arguments that you've already submitted in writing, or just go over arguments you've already made to the members. And in their discretion, the members may stop you from speaking if you're starting to repeat arguments that have already been made. For disciplinary matters, again, 5 minutes for the licensee. For matters that went to a hearing, you'll be able to speak on the penalty and also on controversion of the findings. Chairman, do you have anything else before we get started now that people have heard me again?
No.
Okay. All right then.
Chairman, I have announcements.
Okay.
As many are aware already, the governor recently passed legislation to allow the use of municipal space for outdoor dining and extension of that. Please note that guidance on that is now available on our website, on our homepage, sla.ny.gov. There are two sets of criteria under which you could use a municipal space. One being that if you are already approved to use municipal space prior to July 7th, you'll be required within 90 days to submit to the authority a series of documents, and those documents are listed on our website. For new people who have not received municipal approval yet to use municipal space, to apply to use that space, which requires a 30-day notice to the municipality, and then they wait the 30 days, or they get a waiver for the 30 days, and then apply to the authority through a email box, a series of documents, and again, those documents are listed on our website. So please understand what those requirements are and where you fit as either having been approved by the municipality to use the space prior to July 7th or those who are seeking to use municipal space subsequent to July 7th. Additionally, the members had approved an advisory 2020-4 in March of 2020, which allowed the email notifications for municipal notice and renewal notice to be sent via email. I'm requesting that the members rescind that advisory and we revert back to requiring licensees to send their notice according to 110B.
And just so for clarification of that, obviously the email notification is much easier and people are relying on that much more these days. However, we're kind of hamstrung because the statute doesn't allow for it. So the only reason we had put it in the advisory was due to COVID and many of the community boards in New York were not meeting. Now, obviously that situation has dissipated and we have to go back to the other notification system because we don't really have a choice. Whether that is changed by the legislature in the next session or not, we'll see. But that's not, I just want you to know that's the only reason it's happening.
So we will request that be implemented effective August 1 of this year to allow people some time who've already filed applications or who have applications in the process.
We're going to pause for a second. Okay, we got Albany, New York City back now? Okay, we got them back. We're going to repeat, for those of you in New York City, we just had some announcements. They'll be repeated again at 11 o'clock, so you haven't missed anything.
Adam, why don't you do September 1?
I think the 2 weeks, as far as timing, they still get 270 days to that the notification would be good for, but it allows people the next 2 weeks of planning not to. If you want to consider September 1 to allow additional time, you can.
I think to just figure out that the rules has not changed.
If that's what the members would like, we can implement September 1st.
Yeah, I'll allow that.
All right, if we're ready now, we'll move to Buffalo. The first item in Buffalo is item 1971.
Good morning. My name is Tracy Jong. I am representing the licensee. This is for a liquor store. Now, I understand that there was an opposition. I received a protest yesterday. I'll address that. I see that they had, a claim that they had some decreasing sales for a few years, but, as far as we can tell, this is from business practices. This is a location that has been here since 1979. We have a new owner that has applied. It's in a plaza with a grocery store, so the plaza owner wanted them to move to another location. They moved to that other space, and this is a removal application. That new space is larger. They took into account that, this was done during COVID, and everything required 6 feet spacing between people. So the landlord gave them a space that had more square footage that they have moved into. So I do understand that we have.
Can you go back? Can you go back for a second?
Yes.
You're telling me that they're doubling the size of the store because of COVID?
They had an empty space and they relocated them to one of the empty spaces that used to be a Tops grocery store portion. So the space that was available was larger, but one of the reasons that the landlord chose that space had to do with it was retail and at the time, everybody was, more space between people in public areas. So within the strip plaza, they needed to relocate them. They had 1 or 2 empty spaces. This is the one they relocated them to. So when we did the removal, we of course.
What size is the other space?
The former space that they were in.
No, what size is the other space that was vacant?
I don't know the answer to that. The licensee is on.
I just wish people would tell us the truth. You want a store that's twice the size. This has nothing to do with COVID.
Have you moved already?
Of course. They've been operating under a temporary because of the situation with how long it takes to get a license. So they've already moved. They've done the build out. They've been operating there for all of the months on the temporary.
Go ahead.
It's, essentially, that's what it is. They're looking, it was an existing business. They only moved 50 feet away, so it was a relocation of an existing liquor store. So they're not adding any additional competition or anything to the neighborhood. They're moving 50 feet away within the same plaza.
Why did they have to leave the space they were in?
The landlord wanted to relocate them because they didn't like the space they were at. It wasn't,
You keep saying the landlord is driving this. Your client is driving this, not the landlord.
Okay, yes, the client has applied to move it to the new space, but it's a strip plaza, and the landlord wanted to put something else in the old space and asked them to move to this space because it was something that could be seen from the street. They didn't like the place in the plaza where it was located. It had been in this place for 20-something years, and as they were renovating the plaza, they had the opportunity to relocate them to another unit. Asked them to do it. Of course, they were happy to do so.
To clarify this, John, though, they're currently operating in their approved premises, not in the space that they are applying to remove, correct?
No, they're operating in the place that they were removed with a temporary.
So what's in the old space now that the landlord wanted?
They're supposed to be.
I know that the landlord, you say, wanted your client out of. What's there now? It was so important.
I don't know the answer. What I can do is the client was supposed to be here, got stuck in traffic. I can recall when he gets here any minute. So
What
my
traffic?
understanding is he's driving around out there and can be up here. I can, have him recall and we can ask him that question.
Adam, what's the situation?
Yeah, I'm looking at, I mean, this is the same address with different storefront numbers. I'm not showing a temporary retail permit under the 1900 Empire Boulevard Store 145 address though.
All right, I can clarify with him as soon as he gets up here. We can be recalled in 10 minutes.
Well, I can tell you, no, there's no temporary permit. There was one for the old space.
Right.
But there's no temporary permit for the new space.
There's one for the old space because they purchased it, right? It was a
It
transfer.
was a transfer, right.
Who?
I'm ready to
Then
vote.
maybe I'm incorrect and they're operating under the
Yeah,
old
you
location.
might want to go check that. We'll recall this and get a second one because I'm not gonna,
Okay,
until we have the facts, I'm not gonna,
thank you.
absolutely.
I think we know the
There is
facts.
no temporary.
No, I believe
Let's
you.
see what the
I'm
explanation
wondering
is.
what her facts are gonna be, because they seem to be changing.
There weren't facts.
All right, go ahead.
All right, we're gonna move to Albany. Buffalo, you don't have any other items signed in, correct?
Correct.
Thank you, all right. We're gonna move to Albany then. The first item, Albany, is 1975. It's BOCA Restaurant and Steakhouse Corp.
Good morning, everyone. It's good to see everyone. Robert Romano. I'm here with Emmanuel Corella, who is the sole principal of BOCA and Restaurant and Steakhouse Corp. We have submitted a conditional no contest plea in the amount of $100,000. Given the circumstances, we felt that was, although an extremely significant amount, commensurate with the actions that occurred. I felt in the 5 minutes that were given, it was probably best to allow Mr. Corella to speak to you directly and tell you why we believe giving this place a second chance is warranted. So.
Good morning, members of the board. Good morning, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I'd like to thank God for giving us the opportunity to be here after this whole time. I'd like to thank you guys, board members, and the State Liquor Authority for allowing me to continue to operate after this started, because that shows me that you guys are seeing me as a human being that's trying to do the right thing, not as a delivery. Some of the emails, I guess, sometimes came back and forth. I want to say a little bit about myself, because I think that's one of the most important things. My name is Emmanuel Corella. I was a district manager for the third biggest beverage company in the world, now the distributors. Back then, Copper Sweps. I was there for 10 years. I started when I was 18. I made it to manager when I was 19. I had over 400 employees back then. I was the youngest manager in the whole country. I have every certificate every certificate that you can get as to customer service and treating staff. I consider myself a customer-centric person. I've been a security guard, a licensed security guard also for 10 years plus. So I have a security background. When I started this business, we had the security intel of what the old operation was the years prior. I knew that it was a problematic place, but it was mainly because of the operator, because it was very well known to be a problem. He approached my best friend, personal friend, one-time friend, and he was basically the middle person in between us. This person and I couldn't be in the same room together. Honestly, discussed by his personality and everything that he represents. I'm a law-abiding citizen. I always try to do the right thing. I have no points in my license. I try to do the right thing as much as I can. When I got involved, the only reason why I even got involved is because he couldn't have anything to do with the business. It was a straight out, buy, purchase. I relied on who represented me and who helped me obtain the license to do the process that she told me it was the right thing to do. I'm not, this is my first license, never applied for a license, never knew what the process was. What I do know is how to operate and run a business and how to build a relationship with the customers and with the staff. I thank everybody who gave me a letter of support, the community board, the precinct, we worked very close, the assembly member, the elected officials who trusted me to put their name on my behalf. I am the kind of person who I introduce myself to every table when it comes to my restaurant. And we are in one of the worst precincts in the city. And they always talk to me about us as a gem because they know what we've been able to do. I'm one of the strongest and biggest restaurants in the Bronx. I employ about 100 people. We are always trying to do everything as by the book as I honestly and knowledgeably could. Have paid over $1 million in sales taxes since we started. At the beginning and before and everything, the problematic with the old owner that I knew was he used to skip corner and he used to break the law in every single sense of the word. At the beginning,
30 seconds.
We had multiple talks in the precinct. That's how I got so close to them because they got very familiar with the way I used to operate. I know I don't have much time. I'm willing and able to answer every single question. I live and breathe this place. I have a year and a half daughter that I haven't really spent a lot of time because it was through COVID. This whole thing happened. And I had to live in the place. We got a visit by you guys by over 20, 30 times over the summer. I never got a violation. I live and breathe this place. Like I said, only one last statement to be made. Like I said, I'm a law-abiding citizen. I think if I'm not given the opportunity to continue, the only person that will win is Lewis, who I already paid $1 million to get him out in what I thought was the right way, and I will lose, and so it by my employees, and that is the biggest thing. That's the biggest thing that hits me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I respond to the members on some of the statements that were made in the submissions? I think that's a good way to proceed. This has nothing to do with Mr. Corella, is that right? It's nothing to do with Mr. Corella's ability to operate a restaurant or whatever. But so the facts here are largely undisputed as to many of the charges, and that is that Mr. Santos was involved in the operation that was canceled for misconduct, and then twice attempted to come in and own it again. First, I think he was a disclosed lender, and that was rejected because he can't operate the place he was just revoked from operating. The second time he tried to put a front in, and the board essentially caught him. And then for some reason that sometimes happens with the number of applications we processed, the third time this came in was when Mr. Corella applied, not mentioning Mr. Santos or Mr. Blandino, another partner in this business, and applied as if those two persons were not financial investors in the business. And that was a false material statement on the application that if it had been accurately presented, the application would never have been granted. That false material statement charge, which is here, doesn't even require intent to prove. And it's the way in which the State Liquor Authority deals with circumstances where they grant a license on false information to somebody who should not be receiving a license. So
No, and somebody ended up getting hurt by the person that got the license that shouldn't have.
right. So then we now know that at some point after this application was procured under false pretenses and being availed to these two other individuals who were not on the license, Mr. Santos is paid, he says $800,000, you're now saying it's $1 million, for half the business. So we're talking about a business that's worth 1.6 million or 2 million or something like that. And then those shares, the shares that he had in the business were then supposedly given to Mr. Corella and to Max Blandino, who now are 50% owners. Mr. Blandino is still a secret and in the background. That's what he said when he was interviewed and testified to our investigators. Or maybe it wasn't 50-50 split, I don't know what it was. But all I know is that now the claim is, in the face of this discipline, that Mr. Blandino has removed himself from the business, and we got some documents to that effect. And I read the documents, and it seems that his shares in the business were purchased for $10. So the several $100,000 in equity that he had up to that point was given away. This also does not smack as being an arm's length transaction. And I don't know who Mr. Blandino is or how he got involved in the first place, but there's no question that he was an undisclosed owner who had to be removed by contract after this discipline was charged. And he's been the availee all this time. And that doesn't even get to the issues involved in the charges that concern disciplinary violations of operation. We've got a focal point charge here based on a series of incidents that occurred since Mr. Corella and his partners were involved, which I suppose he could go to hearing on if he doesn't believe that to be true. And we have the executive order violations. But I don't see that there's any defense to the false material statement and availing charges. They're admitted. So that's my reaction to, and that's not to say that Mr. Corella isn't a fine man and a good operator, or intends to be a good operator, or that his lawyer hasn't tried very hard to establish with some communications from people in the community that he is an asset to the community. The board looks at these applications for a reason, it looks for fronts for a reason, and this one got off to the wrong start.
Can you explain the sale for $10 for the business?
Yes, as I explained, Maddox is my best friend. He's like I go to my.
Which one is your best friend?
Maddox Landino.
Okay.
We operated together as account managers, a security company for many years. Maddox is, just as I am, very good at security, and that's why I hired him to do my place. He was the middle person between me and Louis, because Louis and I we can't even have a conversation. I mean, this guy is as bad as bad as they get, and I don't have to tell you guys that because you guys have records of that.
He's out
He
of
would not
picture.
sign papers unless Mannix was involved or in the room, because his thing was that he thought that he had a legacy and he felt that.
You're getting far afield, which is why these time limits are in
I'm
place.
sorry.
Why did you give it to him for $10?
He was never an owner. He never paid for it.
Then why
He was
do it?
nasty.
Then why
He
do it
never-
at all?
because
There's an agreement that says that you bought him out of the company. You all signed it, you bought him for $10. That means he was an owner.
A 50%
Lois-
interest in the business,
Lois-
that's what the contract said.
I bought everything from Louis. Louis would not sign at the table on February.
No, we're talking about Blandino.
I understand. And this contract that I signed Louis out when I bought him, I gave him $850,000, and I had invested to respond to that $1 million. I had invested in the construction business. That's why I paid over $1 million to take him out, which I thought it was legal based on the legal representation that I had then. At that table, he wouldn't sign to me only because he felt like I was taking something from him, which he actually didn't.
So now you're saying that Blandino was not an owner.
Blandino was never an owner.
But then why did you create contracts to buy his 50% out for $10?
The representation that I got.
See, the problem
Yes.
here is, and I don't know where the other two commissioners are, but when I'm reading this, and the thing that is so frustrating to me in this job is that none of these are in affidavits. Otherwise, I'd be having you prosecuted. Because we rely on you people to tell us the truth, applicants. You lied multiple times. Now you're telling me that a guy that was an owner that beat that living crap out of somebody in the bar and knocked him unconscious was actually not an owner. Yet you made an agreement and bought his 50% share out for $10 when several months before you gave the other guy $800,000. Something is not right here. And you can have all the explanations you want, but I don't believe them at this point. Why would I? Would you?
I absolutely would because I know the truth. And I can answer every
Well, the
single
truth
question.
is that on the application you lied to us. Multiple times.
And I apologize for everything that I did.
Yeah, but people got hurt because you lied to us.
Can I answer that about the flight that you just referred to? Because we have no priors. I've been in the business.
You
Day and
were
night.
open in August
And I
of
have-
2018. This
I-
happened in March of this year. You were open 3 years. That's not a long track record.
Mr. Chairman, I've been in security for 10 years. For a place my size, for the business that I do, it is a long time without an incident. And to explain to the incident, because I sent you a full video, not when it went viral, I sent you a full video with explanations, and I think it was about 2-3 minute video, with an explanation from every angle. Maddox came to assist the situation, and he got spit at, and he looks clearly in the video. Maddox lost his mother to COVID months before that. This is not a regular
The
split.
bottom line is he's allegedly an owner of this place, not on our records. He punched somebody in the place and knocked him out. That's basically what happened, right? Regardless of what the guy did, he was an owner of a restaurant and hit the guy. Right?
And he laid on the
was
ground.
not an owner, but he
He
was.
was an owner on tape.
All right, I don't have any questions. You guys have any questions?
He,
Are we ready to vote then?
Yep.
At this point, no one's on it but you. Is that correct?
100%.
Just for the record, the documents are signed and sworn to in February of 2019, where Luis Santos sells his 50% interest in the business, 25% to Mr. Blandino, 25% to Mr. Carell. And then, after the availing and false material statement are known to the State Liquor Authority, there's now a transaction to remove the other availer from the business, Mr. Blandino, and his share in the business, which at that time was at least 25%, although I think it was 50%. It's not clear from here how many shares he had when Santos was bought out. He sells his interest in the business for $10. So that's what the documents say. That's what the sworn documents say.
my understanding is that he had never received, although he was given that interest, he had never received any share of revenue.
No, at
And
this
he
point-
had not been a signatory.
With all due respect, there's an issue in these proceedings which we are going to address in advisory about lawyers making factual assertions as if they were arguments. there's two kinds of things you can do when you make a statement in a proceeding. You can argue the facts, or you can supply the facts. And there's, in my view, and I was surprised when I came here from the private sector, a blurring of the lines between those two in these proceedings that I've never seen in any other forum that I've been in my career. And if you were quoting from an affidavit you put in, or from records that you put in, I would be happy to say to the members, you should hear his argument. But to supply new facts about those issues at this point is something that I just don't think the board should credit. And we're going to try to clarify that for all of the representatives and lawyers representing parties in these proceedings going forward. And for the licensees to know that if you want to talk about facts and make factual assertions, you need to be like you're in a court. You need to put in an affidavit or put in documents that support them. The documents that we have tell an entirely different story. And a story that does not add up with respect to Mr. Blandino actually being out of the business. But that doesn't even, we don't even need to have that to prove that there's been an unveiling up until this contract was signed for years. So in any event, I'll stop talking.
Okay. Members ready to vote?
Yeah.
Commissioner Fan?
I'm a canceling bond.
Commissioner Ford?
$100,000 is an awful lot of money.
Which shows you how serious this is.
Yeah. But I can't speak for the chairman and the other commissioner, but spent a lot of time in this trying to understand this and get my head around it. I'm just not comfortable with how we got here. So I'm a canceling bond as well.
Chairman Bradley?
I'm revoking bond.
All right then, we're going to return to Buffalo for item 1971.
Thank you for recalling. I have the principal here. He will be able to answer some of the questions, and I have clarified. No, the temporaries were for the existing location. They're still operating in the existing. They are not in the new. On our file, the temporaries all go to the existing. I understand you guys had some questions to him about the use of the space and the relocation, what the landlord is doing.
No, I don't.
No.
It's
We
number,
can go look. We can either wait
same
until
one.
next time and go look, or
It's up to you. I mean, if you don't.
I don't believe.
All right, then we're ready to vote.
I think she'd like to put it over and check it out.
Let's go to July 28th.
And what precisely do you want done?
She wants an
I wanna go see
investigator
where the
to go
store
out
is.
there and see what the store situation is.
Commissioner Ford?
I'm fine with that.
Chairman Bradley?
I'm fine with that too. So we're gonna put this over in 728. Someone's gonna go check to make sure that they aren't in the new location. I can tell you right now, if they are in the new location, they're not only not moving, they're losing the store. So if that's not the case, you should tell us now.
No, we are not in the new store.
right.
We're currently operating out of the old location. We have the new location ready for us to occupy, but
That's
we
fine.
have not moved anything there yet, and we're waiting
Oh.
for your approval.
Okay. So 728.
Okay, thank you.
All right then. Buffalo, are you expecting anyone else to appear?
Nope.
All right, you can leave the meeting then, unless anybody wants to stay and watch.
For a few minutes, okay?
All right then, we're going to return back to the Albany list. The next item is 2020, Danford F&B LLC.
Hello again, Robert Romano for Danfords F&B LLC, CNC conditional no contest fee $5,000.
I'm gonna go to 1,500.
Commissioner Ford?
I had 1,500 as well.
Chairman Bradley?
I was gonna go to 3. I'll stay at 3.
Thank you.
The next item in Albany, 2043, Esperanza Management Group LLC.
I'll accept canceling bond.
What number was that again, Tom?
2043.
2043, it's an offer cancellation bond.
I'll accept.
Accept.
Next item is 2015, S&G Entertainment Group Corp.
2015?
15.
2015.
That's Robert Romano again, the conditional.
Hold on just for a second.
Sorry. This is slow. I got it. Sorry. Oh, no, let me see.
All right, Tom.
Commissioner Fan,
Oh, except 1500.
Commissioner Ford,
Accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
Thank you. Everybody. Good to
You
see
too.
Aye.
Next item, 1969 Liquor Heaven, Inc.
Good morning. Board President hearing, and I have to sign cord that Liquor Heaven, this is an application for a liquor store. It's a small liquor store. Footprint is 1,102 square feet with retail space of 913 square feet.
Hold on just for a second. Is there anybody here in opposition to this application?
There is.
There is?
Yes, there is.
So why don't you go first? Go ahead.
The proposed breakdown of inventory would be 70% wine, 30% liquor. Ms. Kaur is looking to develop and has developed relationships with local wineries, which she would like to promote in the area. The address of the property is...
Like what ones?
I'm sorry.
I live in that area. Like what ones?
Orchard Hill, there's Tuesday Winery.
Okay, go ahead.
The address of the property is 690 Route 211. Now, Route 211, they're on the eastbound side. To the west is Route 17, and then past that is Middletown. Route 17 runs north to south, and is really a connecting point for the area from Monticello to the north, and to the south from 84 and New York Thruway going to Albany, further south to New York State Thruway going to Manhattan. So it's really a commuter neighborhood with most of the population going west onto 11 towards 17 in the morning and coming east onto 11 when they're coming home from work. The proposed location is the only location on the eastbound side of this thoroughfare to the east of Route 17. In terms of the plaza itself, it has easy access from Route 211. One of the benefits is that people don't have to cross over Route 211 to use a liquor store. Everything is located on that same side. And I believe that's one of the benefits of we're trying to promote here is that it's on that one side. Just to clarify, a lot of time has been spent talking about Middletown. The address of the property for mailing purposes is Middletown, but this property is located in the town of Wallkill. Everything, building permits, everything goes through the town of Wallkill, and we provided a letter from Wallkill confirming that. To that end, this is more of a suburban area, and its clientele would be those suburban residents. We believe that the best interests of those residents and their advantage would be a store on the east side that they could take advantage of when coming home from work. In terms of the area itself, there has to be a differentiation between Middletown and Wallkill. I believe opposition would provide that this is an area that is, has a declining population. That may be true of the city of Middletown, which is really located 4 miles away westbound on 211. Actually, in Wallkill, the population has increased through a census report we provided by 5.7%.
A 2020 census report?
That's correct. We provided it for both Middletown.
5.7 from when to?
From, I believe it was a 10-year report, but it was actually increasing amounts. I provided the data printout for both Wallkill and Middletown, also showing that Middletown did have a 0.2% increase as compared to this. Also, the volume of traffic in this area where this particular location is proposed from the DOT study that we provided showed daily volume of 19,200 vehicles on this one section from Route 17 eastward. So that equates to about 7 million motor vehicles passing that way per year. So it really does have a large volume in addition to the population increasing. The other point that I want to bring up, and this is more recent, in terms of this being an economically viable area, is that a address 650 Route 211, which Ms. Gore had actually applied for a convenience store 2 years before, but then there were environmental problems, has been taken over by Adams Fair Farms, who has begun construction less than 0.2 miles from where we propose, which I believe will also increase traffic even further. And I would say Adams Fair Farms is comparable to a Trader Joe's or a Whole Food Market. So they've seen the area as being economically viable enough to commit to a large supermarket on the same roadway that would lead directly past.
How far is that from your store? 0.2 mile.
Actually,
On the same side?
You said it was 2 miles.
0.2.
I've actually provided a Google Map diagram where I've highlighted where this proposed location would be.
It's 0.2 miles, but it's a separate parking lot.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, it has its own parking lot, but people leaving Adams Fair Farm would have to turn right. I'm not sure if it's a proposed light.
So you're part of strip mall and they're a standalone store?
That's correct.
Okay.
But it's on the same thoroughfare.
Okay.
It's a rather large store.
Okay, can I ask you a question? How do you do this with $5,000 if the space is raw? The space is not built out.
The owner is building it out.
Oh, they're building it out.
They're building it out.
Okay.
They just rented next door to a tile.
But, and back to that, that's my problem with it. You have, at least you told us you put $5,000 in this. Do you have another partner?
No.
Well, your rent is $1,350 a month. Presumably you have to give a month up front as well, security. So that's $2,700. You're paying your fine representative, I'm sure, as well, which is part of the investment. That leaves you maybe $1,500 to stock the store, or less.
Well, the vendors do give out a 30-day thing to.
So you don't, there is no other money. You're gonna try to take credit.
Yes.
And
I have.
if you open in July, you think you're going to get enough revenue?
I have my personal savings too, which are 11,000.
Okay.
Okay.
FYI, the population increase in Wallkill is 1,500 people over 10 years. That's like 150.
Well, I'm reading that, and I'm reading what he handed in, and to me, it looks like it's an estimate anyway.
It's
not
an estimate. It's a 9-year estimate. The 2020 census numbers,
They're not
to
out
my
yet.
knowledge, are not out yet. And all of these websites that forecast population, every year they go out from 2010, it's even more and more hard to credit.
So this is a
It's a
5% increase over 10 years estimate.
estimate.
Okay.
It's significantly, compared to Middletown, which is for the same zip code, shows a point.
Well, we're not comparing it to Middletown, we're comparing it to here.
I understand that, but the opposition takes a lot of time.
But you need to focus on the public convenience and advantage,
Sure,
don't worry
yes.
about the opposition.
This is why I'm
Okay.
focusing on Wallkill.
All right, I don't think we have anything more for you unless you have something else. We'll hear from the opposition then, unless you guys don't need to.
I'm good.
All right.
Tom, does everybody get 5 minutes?
No, it's 5 minutes total.
You can bring them back if you want after that.
Okay.
They're not.
Everyone who is here in opposition to liquor heaven, please step up to the table.
You can sit, yeah. If we need to talk to you again, we'll call you back up.
Okay.
Are you representing all of them?
I represent Mr. Sen, just one person, and everybody, there's other applicant. I just wanted to know.
Your published rules said 2 minutes apiece.
What
right?
store?
Up to 5 minutes.
Yeah. Mayor Fukuri, attorney for Mr. Singh, CJAY'S CORP, Family Wine and Liquor. We submitted a opposition letter back in April 9th before we were in person. Well, first of all, good morning, Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Fan, Commissioner Ford. So just to recap the letter that we sent in, the new proposed location.
if you heard my instructions, you don't need to recap what's already in.
Sure. So it's a half mile away from my client's liquor store, it's 0.6 miles away from another liquor store. The statistics that I pulled up is the increase rate in Walker, which both these liquor stores, that this one of the new liquor stores in the middle, are all in Walker, it's a 1.21% increase. I don't know where we got the 5% increase. My client owns a plaza, which is about 40 to 50% empty. He can't get any commercial clients in there. It's stagnant. I mean, he's trying. And with the COVID and the pandemic and all the liquor store numbers were increased, we truly believe that's an anomaly. Liquor store numbers all increased, restaurants pretty much closed down. There's no explanation for other than the pandemic. So I know his numbers were up, but once everything readjusts, it should be, then there'll be more accurate reflection of business and growth. But just to recap, we don't believe that this will be any convenience or advantage to this public. It's just going to close more stores down, which again, this plaza is only 60% capacity.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask you a question though?
Yes.
About your client's numbers. For 2018, he had 1.1 million, more or less. And then it says 3.7 million, but that's from 2019 all the way through 20 through February of 2021. So that's like for a year and
2 years plus, I think.
Yeah, but
That's
to
for
his
25
point,
months.
your client's store didn't just go up in 20, he's been going up consistently for 4 years.
right.
And another liquor store, we believe also 2 liquor stores closed down.
One closed, they moved to the different location.
Which closed? Which one closed?
Right by the shopping center, by the Grand liquor store. That was like only 2 miles away, not less than 2 miles away. I think the year.
So it's another liquor store closed, which helped increase.
So we can probably assume that the bulk of that 2 years, the bulk of that 3.7 million was probably in 2020, right? Like everybody else.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Again, it's not a true accurate reflection of business growth, but
All right, next.
Yeah, thank you.
Hello, my name is Randall Roach. I'm the store in the town of Wallkill with my wife Holly Roach. We've been there 20 years.
What's your store, sir?
The Vineyard Wine and Beer Shop.
Okay, yep.
I've been to this store.
Over the 20 years, we've had 3 new stores come to the area. One store was established in 20 years has closed up, the Wallkill Plaza. Prior to COVID, our sales and our customer count in the last 3 years have gone down. You've seen the numbers that turned in. We are a half mile up the street from the new store, who wants to go in, and the other store, other direction, also half a mile. I don't see any convenience for the people. We have stores in each direction, a half mile away. That's right.
Thank you.
My name is Danny Patel, and I represent Luxury Court, which is 1.5 miles from the location they're planning.
Which store?
Luxury Court.
Okay, yep.
Yes.
You didn't
So
provide
I'm
any,
second everything that Randy said.
You didn't provide any
it's all
numbers to us.
2020, COVID
Why didn't you
numbers.
provide sale numbers to us?
Because I didn't, for whatever reason, I didn't get the letter, and then I got to know from our friends over here that, somebody's trying to open a store. I didn't know, so then I still wanted to come and present myself that, everything Randy said, I'm gonna second that. There is no room for another liquor store. I'm not against new businesses, but there is definitely no room for a new liquor store. And we are all right there within like the 2 mile radius. There's already 4 stores. So that's it, that's nothing more to say for us.
All right,
And
thanks.
all the store numbers that you see is from the COVID, and that's gonna normalize as the time is going to go.
All right, thank you.
What's the address of your store?
88 Living Room.
This is third closest.
Yeah.
Yeah, we will be.
We have the wrong address. It says 8820.
All right.
Is there an 8820 Dunning Road? Is
Yes.
that- That's it, that's yours?
Yes.
All right.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to address the board today. My name is Joseph Alonzo. I'm the owner of Anton's Wine and Liquor in Middletown, New York, currently addressed at 360 Route 211 East. We're currently a 3,000 square foot liquor store.
that's the Sean Inc.?
Correct. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Sean Inc. is the corporate name. Correct. The things I wanted to address.
So let me just clarify something. You just moved to this location
Yes.
last year?
Yeah, in
Okay.
January of this year.
How far away? I'm meaning where was your last store? How far away?
349 Route 211 East, so it was diagonally across the street from
Okay.
us. So, but we've designed a bigger location, so that's why we moved across the street.
So that explains why you have the numbers going back to 16, 17. I had a question about that because it said a transfer license since 2020. So, okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
That's okay. If you take the numbers of the town of Wallkill population and the city of Middletown population, you're looking at approximately 55,000 people. And if you count Olson Avenue as well as Route 211, and I believe the area is already overserved by retail liquor stores. Between both of the roads are over a dozen liquor stores for a 50,000 person population. The city of Middletown has been depopulating. And we are right on the border of the town of Wallkill and the city of Middletown. It's very close on 211. The town of Wallkill is basically stagnant as far as population goes, a slight decrease, but it's pretty much stagnant from the 2010 census. We already have an excess amount of stores. I don't think the public would be served by an extra liquor store in an already oversaturated market. And also the current licensees would have disparate impact based upon the amount of sales that would be lost due to another liquor store moving into the area, and it is already overserved. If you look at most of the liquor stores on Route 211 and in Middletown in general, most of them are on the larger side, 3,000 square feet, 2,000 square feet. The customer base is fully served by those liquor stores, and adding 1,000 square feet of liquor retail space is not going to really serve the benefit of the community in a store that small.
So you had sales of 723, 16, 755, 17, 764, 1795, definitely an upward trajectory. In 2020, would you say you cracked at least 800,000? There's no numbers here for that year.
Yeah, well, because when I filled it out, it wasn't 2020 wasn't complete yet.
Okay, all right.
But we had a slight uptick, yes, but it would be
Like everybody, yes, yeah.
But I think to be fair, as you're making your decision and reviewing the numbers, maybe you should take into account that you remove the 2020 numbers from your evaluation, because it is a blip, it's an anomaly. It's not an indication of a continuing trend.
Right.
It would just be an anomaly.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to address the court.
Okay.
I'm a local resident in the town of Woodville. I live close to.
Can you put your name on the record?
Barbara Moore.
Go ahead.
Address.
No.
I live in the town of Woodville, and we have enough liquor stores on Route 211. It's enough. I live between Antoine's and the family of mine.
Are you friends with one of these owners?
No.
So you drove up here just to tell us not to put a liquor store in Wallkill?
I live there.
Good for you.
All right.
All right, thank you.
If I may, Commissioner,
No, I don't need anything, do you?
I just want to clarify.
Well, the chairman just said,
Sorry.
no, come on up to the table.
Yeah.
I don't have any.
What do you want to clarify?
Well, let's
Just
hear
to
it.
clarify, we've noticed the different stores, but they're in different areas. For example, the Dunning area store is located again on the other side of Route 211.
You've already said this, we got it.
Okay, but it's, again, another one on the east side.
Whenever you say again, it means you're repeating. Thank you.
No,
Sometimes you don't know that you're repeating.
Don't
You just want to make your point
come
again.
back up to the table. They're gonna vote now.
Right numbers.
All right, go ahead.
All right.
That's the applicant, same as vendors, east and west. This is a protest, that's a protest.
Are we ready to,
Yes.
vote then?
Commissioner, before you vote. Mr.
No. Commissioner Fan,
I'm going to vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford,
I'm just looking at the numbers. I mean, the second closest store, we don't have numbers for. He said he never got the letter, so, all right.
It's actually the third closest.
Third.
They're
yes.
out of order.
Yes, you're correct. I'm not sure that I'm seeing a need for another store, so I'm going to vote to deny.
I'm going to vote to deny as well. I don't think there's any public convenience and advantage given the spacing of the four stores, the four closest stores. No one is showing a significant increase in sales. And I just think that the area is being adequately served based on the numbers that we have. Thank you.
The next item, 1988, Wild Wine Liquor, Inc.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman.
Good morning.
Mr. Ford. I'm
Good morning.
Michael Gary on behalf of the applicant. And this is Dave Leon, the principal of the applicant. This is an application for a new store in a plaza owned by the applicant. We filed, obviously, information with the board. I don't want to repeat those items that you already had to take a look at. I think we've seen 2 protesters of the 4 stores. We had one of the closest stores that was apparently still shut down from the death of the principal over there.
Which one is that?
Scotia Wine and Liquor.
No, it's CLAM.
CLAM. So
And the discount, Scotia discount.
Scotia Discount Wines. The store is adjacent to the Rotterdam Mall. It's also adjacent to over 1,000 apartments. Also, there's a state workforce of over 700 people, all within walking distance of this location. The drive-bys are over 20,000 cars a day in the matter. The other stores, frankly, the sales have been substantial. It look like they're going to increase even more. So we think that this location is evinced by the letters from the town supervisor and the deputy supervisor would well serve the community over there. We would urge the board to approve. So
You said a store's closed, I'm not sure how to pronounce it, the Disguised Liquor Discount on 2710 Broadway, is that the one you said is
No,
closed?
it's in Scotia. It was CLAM. The owner was CLAM.
not Bosch's.
No, Bosch's is open.
Oh, Clump, I'm saying Clump.
Yeah.
That's why we didn't get numbers from them. Okay, got it.
It's currently closed since March. It's created a void in the market. The neighborhood's constantly changed. The Broadway is almost an undesirable neighborhood at this time. We have of all the stores that are open in Rotterdam, we have the busiest location, the most amount of parking, the best well-lit parking lot, the most amount of residents that are close by with all the new apartments that have been added, and now the new state workforce has just come in over the last 2 years and take over the Macy's. We definitely, and not only me, but all the Starbucks and Buffalo Wild Wings coming in tomorrow who like our use for touring our plaza. So they like our use a lot better than what was there before. And so we really think this is good use. We've heard from the politicians and everybody else that this is a good service to the community.
The store in Scotia, that's across the Mohawk River.
That's correct.
So,
That's the one. But he's closest in proximity.
as a crow flies, yes.
Yes.
But you still gotta go to the bridge down
I
on
would agree with you with that remark.
Adam, did we just grant one?
Here, yes, we did. This one over here,
When?
back in April.
So that's not even open yet?
But, yeah.
So would that be one of the 4 closest, or would it be like the 5th?
5th. It would be the 5th closest.
Yeah, I mean, just for the record, Clump does still have an active license, whether or not they're actually opened up, it's been surrendered to us for our records.
But how far is the one, are you looking up? The one we just granted?
2315 Curry Road.
Yeah, I believe it was a little less than 5 miles.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it really is in a whole different part of Schenectady, as far as I'm concerned. I mean,
Is there any opposition here for this?
Yes, there is.
Okay. Or can you guys have a seat and we'll hear from him?
Everyone's in opposition, please come on up.
Anyone else?
yeah.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
I'm at Black Mountain Wine and Liquor, which I believe
Could you put your name on the?
Oh, my name is Dan Phillips.
Yeah.
Black Mountain Wine and Liquor, 68 Highville Road.
Mm-hmm.
And we are actually, as the crow flies, 1.82 miles from his proposed store. I have 8 other people from his radius. The longest one is 3.74 miles, which is just across the river as well, which is in thoughts. My main thing is basically more common sense that we just don't need another liquor store. We just granted another one across from the pile, which is a truck stop, which has they can't sell beer and liquor because it's so close to the interstate as per your website. And that was already granted, which I think should be revoked as well, because it just doesn't make sense to have it across from a truck stop. But I have 9 businesses here in the zip code area, 12303, 12306, 12302. They're all right here. And one is the store that he was referring to where the owner passed away. So I included that as well. But Bosch's is 1.41 miles. These are all just radius as the crow flies.
Are those all liquor stores or are those
These
other
are all
licenses?
liquor stores, yes.
Okay.
And so one is still a proposed, which I'm not even counting because I don't think it's going to go through because the owner is not interested in putting it there. But like Scotia Wine and Spirits across the river is 1.33. Gatorelli's is down on Broadway. Like I mentioned, it's not a great place, but it's 1.51 miles. Bosch's, the BOSC, is 1.41 miles. Those are the closest in the radius as the crow flies. But then there still is, Freeman's Bridge Wine and Liquor, 2.78. Casa Divino on Altamont Avenue is 2.69. And then there was another one that was 2315 Curry Road, which says it's closest, but that's 3.38 miles as the crow flies from this store. So all of those, it's just, I think we're well managed with what we have in this community. And we just don't need another liquor store. And yes, our sales did skyrocket because of COVID, but they're starting to already drop down just because.
Yours more than most.
Yes, exactly. And the thing is, but it's going to slow down. There's no doubt about it. That's what we're waiting for, just because it's going to happen. There's nothing we can do about that, but there's something we can do about adding another liquor store to an already congested market.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else in opposition? Are we ready to proceed with the vote then?
Yes.
You want to come on up, the applicant?
Commissioner.
One other comment, like. I'm sorry, gonna vote, sorry.
I kind of would like to know if that other store is open or not. Because it is.
Person passed away, it's just not in safekeeping as it should be.
My understanding, Commissioner, has been closed since February when he died, so.
So I'm sure they're going through the estate situation.
Mm-hmm.
And in the event that they're closed?
Well, there's provisions in the law that allow that license to continue with whoever
Right.
the inheritor.
Yeah, it doesn't mean it's
is,
closed
so we can't be sure. I mean, we can't count on that license not being.
Unless we have indication otherwise, I think we have to rely on the fact that it is still an active license and give them indication that it's been surrendered, put in safekeeping or anything otherwise.
Well, this closest store, Boskius, again, I don't know how to pronounce it. Boschia, they're bulletproof, and they're doing some incredible numbers.
Yeah, 2,000 square feet, 4.6 million.
Bulletproof.
Crazy. So I did not protest.
All right, Tom.
All right, then Commissioner Fan?
I'm going to vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford?
I'm not entirely certain that another store is needed here. I mean, the closest one to it, numbers are going down. No, 56, 62. No, I shouldn't say that. I take that back. I take that back, yes. That was only through the first part of this year.
Members, I just want to, for the record, Club Enterprises in May filed a endorsement to add a trust indicating that the principal had passed away. So we do have an endorsement on record to add a trust.
Okay.
All right. But this location is at the Rotterdam Square Mall.
Right next door.
Yeah, so, I mean, I think for that reason alone, I can find public convenience and advantage, so I would vote to approve.
Chairman Brad.
I'm voting to deny. We just put a store within basically the same economic area that this one would be, and I don't think that we could tell how that store is going to affect the demand for alcohol, so I vote to deny.
The next item I have,
But it's
19.
approved. Thank you.
1997.
Tom, I just need
Stateway.
5 minutes.
We're going to take a brief
Thank you.
recess.
Thanks for bringing that up.
All right, then, we're back on the record after a brief recess. The next item in Albany is 1997, Stateway Plaza Wine and Liquor Inc., LLC.
My name is Glenn.
Are you in opposition?
My name is Glenn Wisger. I'm the main principal of Stateway Plaza Wine and Liquor, and I asked the board if the opposition can go first.
Why?
Because I want to hear what she has to say.
Well, if we need to hear any rebuttal from you, we'll ask. You can go first. It's your burden, so.
Who's that with you?
Jim Malone, Brian Clare. My name is Glenn Wisger. In advance of the State Liquor Authority full board meeting, we request in reconsideration the following points. The applicant's store will be centrally located for public convenience and advantage. The total square footage of the retail selling space will allow for thousands more products than those presently offered by other stores in the vicinity. This will give the customer a larger selection currently not available in the Watertown, New York market. This is proven by Faye's Rite Aid presence at the location that we want for 40 years. Additional letters of support from community members are included herewith. Number 2, over the last 8 years, the store averaged $3.5 million in annual sales. A summary of prior sales was previously submitted for consideration. Mr. Brian McKellar, who's next to me, was the former store manager, and he is present and willing to attest to those figures. He'll do so when I'm done. Number 3, new businesses such as Hobby Lobby opened in 2020, and in 2021, the area will see Runnings, Chick-fil-A, O'Reilly Auto Parts, Popeyes, and Casanova Equipment. Casanova Equipment just opened on Arsenal Street, Route 3, 60,000 to 70,000 square feet. The growth of business in the area shows improvement in the local economy, which will help support the store and other existing stores. Number 4, Mr. Martin Weiner, a 50% owner of the landlord, Stateway Plaza, is located in Montreal, Canada, and cannot attend this meeting to speak in support of the application. However, he has granted me permission to state that the SLA's decision to disapprove the application will likely be an insurmountable decision having a highly detrimental impact on the continued viability of the Stateway Plaza Shopping Center. This would be the result.
That's unfortunate, but that's not really how we decide this. We have all of this, so if you have something else you want to add, I don't think you need to go further.
Planet Fitness relocated across the highway to Salmon Run Mall.
Okay. So the way this works is we decide whether we're going to reconsider. Then if we do decide to reconsider, we'll hear from the opposition. If we decide not to, we don't even need to hear from the opposition. All right, Tom, go ahead.
So with that, on the question of reconsideration, Commissioner Fan.
I vote no.
Commissioner.
We don't, unless you need to hear from them. The reconsideration is simply for you to present new evidence to us. We got it all in writing. We don't need to hear it.
The church with the daycare is located 425 feet away. I measured the distance.
Okay.
All right, Commissioner Fan, you go to the night.
My point is more.
Right, sir.
Sorry.
The applicant is here. Right, you're the applicant.
Yes.
I vote no on reconsideration.
Commissioner Ford?
We're just voting on reconsideration at this point?
That's correct.
All right, I'll vote to reconsider.
And I voted to approve it last time, so I'll vote to reconsider. All right.
Then moving on.
Now he can talk about his public convenience. Go ahead.
My name is Jim Malone. I've been consulting with Glenn Wisger on getting the store opened. I have over 20 years experience in the wine and liquor industry, working for suppliers and distributors. No longer in that role, so he's not getting any special consideration from a distributor or anything, me speaking on his behalf. Basically, it's like the opposite of the Wallkill store that we just heard, where it's an 1,100 square foot store going into an area that's already saturated. Rite Aid Phase ran for 40 years in this spot, and the other existing liquor stores existed at the time, and they had viable businesses then, and they will go back to having viable businesses if Glenn gets his license approved. The public convenience is that he's over double the selling space of the other stores in that area. So he can carry thousands of SKUs more than these liquor stores can. So if a person comes in and wants to buy Svedka, they don't have Svedka, oh, we'll sell them Smirnoff. They're getting a vodka, but they're not getting the vodka they want. So Glenn can provide more SKUs, larger amounts of SKUs. The other stores can order things for someone, but most of the distributors have now gone to zone shipping, so they can't even get it the next day. So it's not convenient. It's more convenient going into Glenn's store where you can get things right on hand at the time.
Okay.
How many years was Rite Aid licensed there? Was it like 2018 to 2020? Was it 2 years, or was it longer than that?
That was Walgreens. Brian can speak to that. He was the
The
manager.
store actually opened in 1980 under Phase Drugs.
Okay.
And then as the drug Phase got bought out in 1996 by Eckerd,
Yeah.
then Rite Aid bought them, then Walgreens acquired them in 2018.
My wife used to work for Phase. I remember that, yes, that was a while ago. Okay, so it had been there for a while.
But I was the manager there from 2008 until the store closed.
Okay.
Can we hear from the opposition? No, you guys can sit down.
Hi, Mary Miles, Arsenal Wine and Liquor and my wine concept. I'm quite less than a mile away. We also have new stores at 1.1 miles. Then the other store is 1.7, all on the same street, all on Arsenal Street. And then there's 7 licensees in Watertown, all less than 5 miles. Again, 8% decline in the 2010 population. And I know there's some large stores that came in, but there's also large stores that left. Gander Mountain left, Sears left. Mostly the malls filled with nothing in there for stores. Also, we just lost the Watertown Correctional Facility that closed. That is a huge population for working force. And in addition, we are somewhat of seasonal. We have a lot of people that leave for winter months, so from November to April. And we feel with the stores that we have there that we really meet the community needs. Again, we listed other things in the letters. All 7 have signed and submitted. And we urge you to, as previously before, disapprove the application.
Okay, which is your store?
M5 Wine,
Okay.
Arsenal Wine and Liquor.
Yep. Thank you. You guys need to hear from them again or not?
Ready to vote then?
No, I'm good.
No, we're good.
You can approach the.
Oh,
All right then, Commissioner Fan.
This is just a really large proposed store. I'm not really comfortable with it, so I'm going to vote to deny.
Commissioner Ford.
The store was there before when all these other stores were there, so I'm going to vote to approve.
Chairman Bradley.
I'm going to vote to approve as well as I did last time for the same reason as Commissioner Ford pointed out. Good luck.
All right, we have no other items in Albany, so we can move to the New York City calendar. I'm going to, for those in New York, I'm going to repeat some announcements that were made at the beginning of this meeting, actually made twice at the beginning of this meeting. So, separate story.
Tom, can we take 2 minutes to make sure I get somebody down there to manage the room? I was gonna give one heads up. He's not down there.
We don't have anybody in the room?
No.
Oh, well, you can make the announcements. They're going to take 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
All right then, so, as you've already noticed, we've separated the chairs to provide some adequate social distancing. As you probably noticed as you went into the meeting room, individuals who are fully vaccinated are not required to wear a face mask. Those of you who are not fully vaccinated should be wearing face masks at least until you get up to the podium to speak. We request that once your matters have been called before the full board, if you have no other business, we would ask you to leave the meeting room, just so we have enough space for everybody. If you are going to stay, please maintain adequate social distancing. Please don't wander around the room. Also remember that all the offices are operating on an appointment-only basis, so that while you may be here for a full board matter, please don't take it upon yourself to go upstairs to the 8th floor for licensing matters, disciplinary matters, unless you have an appointment. The next meetings of the authority would be July 28th, August 18th, September 1st. First, please silence your mobile phones while you're in the meeting room. When your item is called, please approach the podium and identify yourself. For the representatives, if you're coming up with a client, please identify your client as well. There are going to be time limits imposed on those who are speaking to the full board. These time limits will be strictly enforced, just so we can move the calendar along in a timely fashion. In their discretion, the members may afford additional time beyond what I'm about to list to a party to either continue speaking or to respond to questions from the members. We would encourage you, as you've been doing for the last year and a half, when we've have not had appearances, to submit material to the Secretary's office before the Friday 2 p.m. deadline. That material then will get to the members and they'll actually get a chance to consider it well before the meeting date. For the time limits, for licensing matters, a total of 5 minutes to the applicant and those speaking on behalf of the application. The applicants could be responsible for divvying up the time among those who are speaking on behalf of the application. For the opposition, 5 minutes total. Again, we would ask that either the opposition come up with one person to speak on their behalf or to, among themselves, allocate the 5 minutes between them. If not, it will be divided equally between those who are appearing, with no more than 2 minutes for each person and no more than 5 minutes total. In their discretion, the members may stop you if you're getting repetitive or just adding on to what's already in the record. For disciplinary matters, 5 minutes for the licensee. In that 5 minutes, you can discuss either or both the mitigation of any penalty or controversy of the ALJ's findings. Did you want to repeat your announcements?
No.
Okay. All right, so with that, we will proceed to the items. I have the first 10 or so already in. The first item, 1987, ARTIE'S Fish Market, 4257 LLC.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Dennis Kelly. I represent ARTIE'S Fish Market, 4257 LLC. It's a new beer, wine, and cider only license that's been applied for a small fish market and restaurant located in Island Park. There are two issues.
Mr. Kelly. Okay, so in my instructions, can you identify the two individuals? Are those your clients?
Oh, I beg your pardon. Behind me to my left is Arthur Horak Sr., and behind me to my right is Arthur Horak Jr., the principals of ARTIE'S Fish Market, 4257 LLC. There were two issues that were presented to the board for the board's consideration relative to this application, one of which was addressed in a letter and an affidavit that I sent to the board on Friday afternoon. That was as to one of the applicants, we believe it's Arthur Horak Sr., who owned part of a restaurant on Austin Street in Forest
I'm going to
Hills.
cut you off there. We have that information. Why don't you go to the next issue?
The next issue We listed on the application 2 interested parties, those being the former owners of ARTIE'S. ARTIE'S was a very well-known fish market and restaurant located in Island Park since the mid-1970s. Mr. Horning, who was Artie, passed away in 2017. His 2 daughters, Christina and Kara, inherited the restaurant, ran it for another approximately 2 years, and then decided to sell it. Closed it and then decided to sell it, and that's where my clients came and bought the property and the business. As part of the asset purchase agreement, Mr. Horak agreed to pay each of them up to 5% each of the profits while running the business at 4257 Austin Boulevard in Island Park, but no less than $2,500 each.
Does that add up to the 10% or 5,000?
No. What's your anticipated annual income, just roughly?
I could let Mr. Horak Sr. address that,
That's
Commissioner
fine,
Fan.
just give me a number, just let me, give me
You have
an
an
estimated guess.
On the liquor side or the overall restaurant?
No,
and
just overall.
the fish overall, approximately over $1 million of a gross.
Over $1 million a year?
Yes.
The 10%
Okay.
is for profits though, not for revenues.
Yeah, well, that's what I was.
Is that your profit or revenue?
No, that would be the gross revenue, roughly.
So
No,
what's the
that
profit?
number is the gross, I beg your pardon, Mr. Chairman. The 10% is of profits.
Yes. they
Right,
get
so
profit.
what's the profit on the $1 million?
Roughly, what?
If you know.
I honestly don't know. This is our first year in business there because, getting staff, not getting staff, it's been, we actually don't know because we just opened up the business, in November.
Well, you paid a certain amount for the business, just give me a ballpark, what's the anticipation?
At least 10%, 15%.
What's the anticipated gross
Profit.
revenue?
Yeah, no, gross.
Oh,
It's
okay.
10%, roughly $100,000 to $150,000 a year, I'm hoping.
Commissioner Ford, the agreement is with an entity owned by the sisters.
Okay.
Okay.
Not separate agreements of 5,000 each.
Okay.
If I may.
No, so what I'm getting at, let me explain to you, what I'm getting at is, I just don't want it to be too close to the 10%. If your $5,000 is very close to 10%, then we have a problem, but it doesn't sound like we have a problem here.
No, they're getting 10%. Or the less, they're getting the higher of 10% or $5,000.
Yeah, not less than 5,000.
So they're getting 15,000 if it's 150,000.
So licensing.
So they're on the license, but this idea that you're not partners with these people is a fallacy. These people have 10% of your business.
Well, it was a construct, Mr. Chairman, in order to pay a royalty for the use of the name, which is relatively well known.
Well, no, they're not
on the
paying a
South Shore.
royalty. You're paying. This is a 10% interest in this business in perpetuity. A royalty payment is a payment up front for the name. Not to mention, both these guys are named Arthur, which would naturally go into Artie.
Well,
so I don't know that there's a problem because they're on the application, but I don't know who advised them that they don't have 10% of this business because they do.
And Adam, you did receive personal questionnaires?
Yeah, the 2 additional people receiving benefits have personal
They
questionnaires. They've been
gave
vetted
this
as we would vet any other applicant.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank
I
you.
mean,
Part of the purchase price.
We obviously aren't giving you legal advice or them, but I spent a lot of years litigating successor liability, and every company that has asbestos liability wants to do a transaction like this and jettison the liabilities while keeping the equity. So they say, oh, it's not the same entity, and that all gets undone by the law. So,
Someone better re-examine this, but like
But
you said,
that's
we're not advising.
Yeah.
we're saying that.
Well,
but it's not-
if I may, Mr. Chairman, the agreement to purchase the business as well as the land took place in March of 2020, literally as the shutdown began. And we weren't, at least I, as the attorney who wrote up the agreements, literally some of them were signed in parking lots, didn't do this in contemplation of an application for a liquor license. So we're not trying to skirt the law. We're not trying
I'm
to,
not insinuating you are. I'm just pointing out that when someone is getting 10% of your profits, you call them partner.
okay, well then,
Really,
I beg the
But
board's forgiveness.
they're on the application, so it's probably not a problem.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Hold on a second. So there is an issue that the contract is with the entity and then the seller entity. And is that entity on the license or are the two individuals on the
No,
license?
the two individuals are the people that have been vetted. So if the members are going to approve this license, I would suggest that we have them re-notify the municipality to protect the 30-day notice as the entity that's going to be receiving the profits, and that we amend to include them as well.
Okay. But we can grant, that can be a condition.
We can make that a condition of the approval.
Okay.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, I didn't hear all of that. I want to know if there's the discussion of another entity.
What they've done, as we're trying to explain to you, is enter into an agreement with these two sisters.
Right.
Who now have an entity of their own that are sharing in the profits of this business. You're going to have to amend the application.
Mr. Chairman, there's no other entity.
Yes, there is. The agreement you submitted with the application.
Is in the name of South Shore Fish Market Incorporated.
The money, the 10% goes to that, not to separately to the sisters.
Well, it was an addendum to the asset purchase agreement which just applied to the two sisters.
But that's not what the agreement says.
The agreement you gave with your application indicates that the money is being paid to an LLC.
Okay, I don't
And the
feel that way,
LLC,
Mr. Chairman.
the
but-
LLC is 100% owned by the two sisters.
Yeah, it's the seller entity.
Right.
The seller entity has the contract with your clients as the purchaser. So that entity is the one that's owed the 10%, even though I suppose they will then pay the two sisters their shares. But that creates an issue for the way this is processed and who the licensees and who's on the license, right?
Okay, I have an understanding now. We will do whatever the board requires.
Okay.
All right, I think we're ready to vote. Are you?
Yes, I vote to approve.
Approve
With the conditions of adding the entity.
Entity who's receiving the profits of alcohol.
Right.
Add the entity to the
That
application.
means that the entity has to fill out a personal questionnaire?
We would get it in the name of the entity, but we already have the personal questionnaires from the principals.
Right. So what is the step? Is that they need to?
They're going to need to amend the application.
It's just an endorsement, right?
To reflect the business entity that's going to be part of the license.
Right.
Okay.
And not the individuals.
Got it.
All right, Commissioner Ford.
I vote to approve on the same stipulations.
Chairman Pratt.
I vote to approve on the same stipulations. If you need an explanation as to what is going to be required as a condition of approval, email Adam Roberts.
Yes,
And
Mr.
he'll
Chairman.
explain it to you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
But
very
it's
much.
approved.
Great week.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Good luck.
Good luck, guys.
Got the fried clams there. It's delicious.
Next item, 2008, is K&E Liquors, Inc. This matter was held over from the June 23rd meeting.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Vivian Tozaki on behalf of K&E Liquors, Inc. at 10419 Glenwood Road in Brooklyn. Chairman, Commissioners, Councilor Donahue, nice to see you guys again.
Is that your client with you?
Yes, Darlington Irabor is here. He's the sole owner of K&E Liquors. I actually think there's some other, are you here to protest? Or, okay. So we do have some protesters here. I don't know if you can see.
No, just go ahead.
Okay, no, I won't add anything. I mean, I won't repeat anything that's already found in my memo dated June 23rd that I submitted to you. The point in there in regards to Me Liquors, located at 245 Stanley Avenue, we'd just like to add that we visited this store on July 2nd at 4:31 p.m., July 3rd at 1:36 p.m., July 4th at 12:34 p.m., and at 8:03 p.m., and at all times the store was closed. That's all.
Did they ever open that?
They never opened.
Is there liquor on the shelves inside?
We don't know. They never opened the door, the metal door.
Wasn't that what we were supposed to do?
You can't see through, there's no window, you can't see through?
No, there's no window.
What?
I believe you guys sent an investigator out.
This is 2008.
Sorry, Adam, what did you
Yes.
say? We confirmed that it.
We issued a license to the premises. We did not send anybody out to verify at one particular time if they were operating or not. Yeah, I mean, to their point, if we send out a person, unless it's multiple occasions, at any one point, they could be closed as well. So, again, based on the premises that we have an active license at the premises, there's no indication that they're surrendered or put it in safekeeping. The assumption, I think, has to be made that there is an active license at the premises.
Well, the thing is, if there was an active license there, they would have been open on July 2nd, July 3rd.
No, you're missing the point, that the store could be closed. It doesn't change the fact that the license is active.
The store's never opened. The store has never
we
opened to
should
the
get
public.
that.
We've asked around the community, we've asked the supermarket next door. They're not willing to provide us an affidavit, or I would have provided it to you. And this matter was adjourned for you guys to send out an investigator to verify that the store was never open.
But you're missing my point. Just because the store is not open does not mean it's closed forever.
But why would you issue a license and then let the licensee just sit on the license for a year and never open the store?
For a period of time, they have a period of time. Who knows if the owner died and there's a trust, an estate going on. We can't just shut stores because somebody comes in and tells us they're not open anymore. There's several reasons they might be closed that are legitimate reasons.
Have we investigated those reasons?
Well, that's going to
Because
take
it's been
more
almost
time
a
than
year
we have
now,
here today.
and that's why this matter was adjourned.
I know
Because
why it was
you guys,
adjourned. What, any
So,
suggestions?
did we sent investigators out or not?
No, I don't, I'm not denying that the place is closed, but what everyone's missing is that this is an active license until there's somebody else in there.
To do this application, I don't think you can rely on a statement that the place is closed.
Right.
If it's a fool's errand to send an investigator out just to find out it happens to be closed today, which I think it is, we need to get in touch. If you want more information, it has to come from the licensed principal himself.
So that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna hold this over for 2 weeks. Enforcement is to bring the owner of that liquor store into our offices and interview him to find out.
Okay.
We still have the waiver of the safety. It wouldn't even be required to put it in safety.
That's right.
728.
So we're gonna bring the owner in.
We couldn't even charge them for being non-bona fide.
No. We're gonna bring the owner in, and if he doesn't respond, then we're gonna go with the assumption he's shut.
we'll take it. Thank you so much.
All right then, the next item, 2010, MAMASUSHI Cooper LLC.
What number again was that?
2010.
And 2009 is the same.
That's next.
Right.
Good morning. Good morning, Chairman Bradley and Commissioners. I'm here representing MAMASUSHI Hooper LLC, 391 Hooper Street, Brooklyn, New York. I have
Could you put your name on the record and the name of your client's please?
Jared Hooper is my name, and my client's name are Susanna Osorio and Raymond Hernandez.
Go ahead.
Okay, the issues that were brought up here were namely the misrepresentation about the adverse-
That's one issue, but first of all, this is a 500-foot law case, which
Right.
means you have to establish public interest, so you might want to start there.
Well, I didn't want to address anything other than what was in the submissions that I made on June 9th and also on July 9th and June 28th. I made a number of submissions addressing the public interest issue.
All right, then go ahead with the other thing then.
Okay, so basically, there was an issue regarding the 500-foot questionnaire regarding the question of whether the principal had an adverse history. And we had represented that there was no adverse history to a principal. And so I wanted to address that because basically the way we answered that in the negative because of the fact that Ms. Osorio as an individual doesn't have an adverse history with the authority. Some of her the licenses are held by separate entities which have adverse histories. And, you know, the answer was reasonable in our estimation because of the fact that I have clients that, you know, have adverse history as individuals because they committed some fraud or they assaulted someone. So that's really the explanation in addition to what we said.
So it wasn't a mistake, you intended to put in no, knowing that they had an adverse history because of your reading of the question, that's what you're saying?
Yeah, it was a misinterpretation of the question is really what I'm saying.
Okay.
I mean, that's why I filled out a lot of applications. I filled out a personal questionnaires which have specific questions of whether, you know, a principal or an entity which the principal, you know, owns has, you know, a liquor license. So,
I understand.
right, and so that's what I wanted to say in addition to what I said in my July 9th letter.
Is there anybody there in opposition or no?
No, there's no opposition.
All right.
Can I?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So, with due respect, we've had a lot of email communications about this with you, I believe, in connection with the suspension matter that was resolved a few months ago.
Right.
You know, I have to say that, again, this is just in terms of facts versus argument. Your letters really seek to minimize the level of discipline that's been an issue at the applicant, Ms. Osario's other locations. She has 4 licenses.
Right.
And we have 11 separate disciplinary cases against those 4 licenses since 2016. And you put in a letter that says, well, it's just she just got an illegal hookah, and she didn't know that hookah was illegal to serve without a license in New York or permit, while simultaneously saying how experienced and careful an operator she is. But just for the record, Vita Cafe, failure to conform to serving after hours in March of 2016, warning sign security guard charges, security guard in March of 2018, security guard sprayed mace, patrons fighting. April of 2018, one patron punched another. Then you have the hookah charge. Then you move to Sushi Vita, you've got security guard hits patron with a baton. Then you've got, that's March of 2017. Then you've got May of 2017, Sidewalk Cafe with no permit. Then you've got illegal hookah at Sushi Vita in January of 2020. Then you've got the 2 executive order charges in January and February of 2021 that led to a suspension. And then at the other Sushi Vita, there's a renewal, which is a minor charge. But I guess the point is, they have 4 licenses, there's been 11 disciplinary cases. At what point should the board be concerned about Ms. Osario's ability to lawfully operate her licensed premises when there's 20 disciplinary cases, 15, 11 is not enough?
And this place is huge.
Now she's looking to open up a very large nightclub. And I appreciate advocacy. I was a lawyer in private practice myself. But you really don't do your client a service when you say, this doesn't matter, it doesn't mean anything, and try to limit it, pretend that it's just a hookah charge, and that's it. And she didn't even know. So, I don't know if there's any response to that, but those are the facts for the board on the disciplinary history here.
I mean, we're not trying to minimize anything. I mean, you know, dating back to 2016, there were numerous charges. We didn't address each one of them. You know, just to your point of the nightclub, she's not intending on opening a nightclub. You know, she operates restaurants. So, you know, I wasn't trying to minimize anything. I mean, any violation is a violation which shouldn't be tolerated. So, you know.
I know, I've got multiple cases, nightclub.
It's a 354-seat location. I don't have in front of me the entertainment.
It's 60 tables with 120 seats. It's a max interior occupancy of 150, max roof occupancy is 70. So it's 220.
With live music, DJs, and karaoke.
Yeah, and also with due respect to Congressman Espelad, who put in something in support, his letter doesn't say anything about the Vasario's ability to operate 4 restaurants and bars lawfully, plus this location and the other. I mean, there's 2 locations that she's, I think there's 3 in the pipeline. 2 of them are before the board today.
Right.
His letter doesn't address that, and I suspect he doesn't understand or know the history here, and so it's certainly not his mistake. But that is the issue that confronts the board from my perspective, and just want to put that on the record.
No, that's the main problem I have. The other one is 380 people.
Well, the one in White Plains, I think in the submission which I made on the 9th, they're reducing that capacity by 130 people because the rooftop isn't going to be, used. In terms of,
I mean, and that's fine that they reduce the capacity, but unless they reduced it to 12 or 15 people, based on her adverse history, it's very, very clear to me that she has her hands full now, and she's having trouble dealing with it. And she put down on the application that she intends on one of them to manage it herself. How is she going to do that when she can't even manage the one she has?
the application which you're referring to, I believe from Mamaroneck, she has a manager that's going to be, who's going to be managing it.
I'm talking about the one that's on the table right now. She's indicated
that one is going to be managed by her partner, Raymond Hernandez, who's here with me.
Where's she?
She's right here. They're both here.
I mean, given what's going on right now, I have a big problem not doing, certainly doing one, but I definitely doing two, so. But I don't know where you guys are. I have enough information.
Are we ready to proceed with 2010?
So would you guys like to hear from the applicants? I mean.
No, we have enough information. I mean,
Okay.
what's she gonna tell me? None of it happened?
No.
No, you guys can do whatever you feel like is right.
Does she have something to say?
Do you want to address them about the adverse?
Hi, Mr. Sherman. Hi, everyone. Good morning. I just wanted to say that I'm sorry that I'm creating a group, a team that is going to work with me to run all the business that is on my hand and my responsibility to run my business the best way. And I just wanted to tell you that I'm going to have a whole team that is going to be working with me to give me the opportunity, to show you, to prove you that I'll be able to do it.
All right, Commissioner Fan, are you ready to vote?
This is the one, this is the smaller of the two, is this correct?
Correct. And it's in Brooklyn, and I think her other locations are in New York City.
New York City, where? In Manhattan?
In Upper Manhattan, the other.
And just to give you a warning, and I think I've indicated where I'm voting on this anyway, so it's not going to have any effect. But your other licenses have enough adverse history right now that if you were to get more, you're possibly going to lose one to a revocation, which then means you lose all of them. And now you're going to ask us to give you two more. That is, as I said, your hands are full already. It's quite clear to me, based on your adverse history. But
There's a third application in the pipeline, I believe, for another place. Not up today, though.
whatever you guys are ready.
Yeah.
Commissioner Fan?
I'm going to vote to approve the item that is on the table, 2010 in Brooklyn, but midnight only.
Okay, Commissioner Ford?
With all the music?
It's fine.
Okay.
Music's fine. I just want to.
I'm going to go with Commissioner Fan on this one, for this one. We'll get to the next one next, but I'll approve this one with the same conditions.
Okay, Chairman Bradley?
I'm voting to deny for cause.
All right then. The next item is MAMASUSHI White Plains LLC.
Do I need to make appearance again?
Yes.
Okay, Jared Cooper, on behalf of the applicant, MAMASUSHI White Plains. I'm here with the principals, two of the principals, Raymond Hernandez and Carmen Susana Osorio. Just like the last application, I submitted documents on June 28th and July 9th to address the public issue. As discussed in the previous application, I submitted a document regarding the misrepresentation, and I don't really have any. It's pretty similar. I mean, except for the fact that, as stated before, 130 people will be reduced. The capacity will be reduced by 130 people because of the rooftop. Ms. Osorio will be operating this establishment with a manager from one of her establishments that does not have any adverse history. He currently manages Vita in China. That establishment has no adverse history, and he'll be managing it along with Ms. Osorio. And then in terms of orderliness, which was addressed during the last meeting, they intend to amend their application to add security, to have one security guard Monday through Thursday and 2 security guards on Fridays and Saturdays, and that'll be adjusted if needed.
So that brings the capacity down to 380.
We ready to vote then?
Hold on a second.
400 people.
Let me just go over those numbers again. 380?
I believe on the EQ, the maximum occupancy is 380,
And how many tables is it?
177.
It's how many levels?
There's a ground floor mezzanine.
And what type of building is it in?
It's a standalone building.
It's a standalone building?
Yep. It's located on Main Street in White Plains in Westchester. I also submitted a copy of the manager's personal questionnaire with the submission on Friday, on July 9th.
I'm going to vote to approve until midnight.
Midnight, okay. Commissioner Ford.
I think with the other application that we just approved, I think the applicant's on the verge of being overextended, if not already. So I'm going to vote to deny this one.
Chairman Bradley.
I'm voting to deny as well for cause based on the adverse history.
All right.
Then,
Thank
next
you.
item is 1990 Domino Wines and Liquors, Inc.
What number?
1990.
Members, I'm going to ask if this matter be held over and returned to licensing for some further review. There seem to be discrepancies in the paperwork submitted to the authority, whether this is actually on 189 Kent Street or 189 Kent Avenue. After looking at some local maps, there is a difference between the two addresses.
But in the application, I saw that too, but in the application, they call it Kent Avenue.
They call it Kent Avenue, but I don't believe that people, based on what was reflected in this memo, got the proper time to oppose the application based on the street address.
What about 818? You want 818? Or you want 728?
The next board meeting is fine.
728.
Yeah, Kent Street is further north.
It's further north.
And Kent Ave is right in between a few other
Again, there's
stores.
discrepancies in the paperwork that was filed with us. Again, the application does refer to 189 Kent Avenue. Some other supplemental documents to that application refer to 189 Kent Street.
Okay.
Okay.
We all good with that?
Yeah. Yep.
All right, nice speaking with you.
See you next time.
Nice talking to you.
Next item,
part of the opposition, all four of us are ready to oppose now. If the argument was that we didn't have time to mount
Yeah,
a-
maybe they should just go so that at least they don't have to come back.
Then it's not going to be part of
It's not part of the record for that application.
So I don't want to make them come back. I don't care. We can do it now.
Yeah, we have four separate.
Are you the four closest stores?
Three of us are, and one is.
I share the same name.
Yeah, I am
Oh,
the
they
closest.
know.
one.
Can we,
Well,
hold on one second.
Even if they're not the closest, so we can take it.
Cat Street is up here.
No, we might as well do the whole thing.
Well, but we don't know.
Can we take a break to talk to council?
All right, we're going to take a brief recess while the members discuss the legal matter with council. All right, so after a conference with council and a discussion of the water leak at my house, we are now back on the record with item 1990.
Board members, it's Thomas McCowan. I would just like to speak to this question. I did read about this confusion with the opposition in the materials that I received. This has been addressed. The application was correct. Transcription error to the filing receipt led to the mix-up, the typo between street and avenue. But realistically, I didn't think it rose to the merit of people were actually confused. It has the word Domino Wines and Liquors in it. It's posted on the vacant storefront, and I don't think anyone was confused to the point where they would have went to Greenpoint based upon a confusion of avenue and street. So I
For
think
the record, where is the applicant's proposed store?
Kent Avenue. Kent Avenue.
All right, so we're going to do it now. Go ahead.
189 Kent Ave.
Correct.
Okay.
All right, so would you like me to speak first, the applicant,
Yes.
or do you want to hear the opposition?
No, is the applicant there?
No, the applicant's not here. I'm here. I'm the opposition in times
No, I
past.
want to hear from you, but why isn't the applicant here?
Because he had a conflict that I couldn't tell him what time we would be heard. So I said, I'll take care of it. I'll come on in. All right, so based upon that, my materials which I submitted, it's apparent that this area, this whole waterfront development is bringing in development, townhouses, mixed-use, commercial, and the submissions speak to dozens of buildings, hundreds of tenancies, businesses. And again, we're in Brooklyn. We're not out of the city. We're not in a 2-traffic light town. The Domino Park is a magnet. The number of people to the park are 2 million plus. The sales, the businesses, and everything is coming back from the pandemic, and the applicant wants to be part of that. Just from the East River, from the Manhattan side, you can see the whole waterfront being developed. And what we have here is an opportunity, which I wrote about, and I want to move forward on this, but the demographics and the development, it just screams for another store. We have stores here in opposition, and I understand that. They come regularly. But the fact of the matter is, the sales figures on all these stores are strong and improving. And you may hear the COVID anomaly, and that's not the case. I mean, 2 of the stores have had increasing sales in excess of $1 million, $2 million for 5 years running. The third store, same thing, almost 1.3, 1.5. These are strong numbers. The store that has less than $1 million in sales, it's a very small store. At best, and being generous, it's 500 square feet. It's packed to the rafters. It's there. It's a beautiful store. It's a cute store. I would like to have that store. But again, what we have, and the members have seen many, many times, we have an opportunity in an area that's developing by leaps and bounds. The evidence is there, and we have people coming in to protect their area and protect their turf. I mean, it's the old lift the gate on the moat while they're here. The sales are strong. I mean, at this point in time, when is a decision made? We have to look at the public policy of what's happening to the area, what's developing, and no one's going to be absolutely certain and get it right or wrong, or this is the store, or this is too much. Looking at the evidence, you see strong sales, increasing sales, despite
And you
submissions.
keep saying increasing sales, and it's starting to aggravate me, because can you point, other than the first store, which we all acknowledge is a small store, which clearly had a COVID effect, they doubled their sales. Can you tell me which ones are increasing over a 4-year period consistently?
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman. So you have Pier Wines has gone up every year. In 17, it was 1.5.
Absolutely not true.
That's the other way around. They've gone down.
How's it gone up?
Even in 20, they did less than 2020.
Yeah, ironically, they did 200,000 less in 2020, whereas every liquor store I usually look at has at least done 35% more.
Well,
that's my point. We look at 4 years of sales, so don't. We have the same numbers you do, so don't misguide us, because we have them, and you're looking at numbers right there that it went from 1.8 to 1.58, then 1.52. Then 1.58 up, then 136 down. That's not going up consistently. That's flat at best.
All right, Mr. Chairman, but if you look at the numbers of, let's say, the last 2, red, green, and white, they're all in excess of $1 million and change, 1.2, 1.8. If you look at UVA, their sales were, for 5 years running, all over $2 million in sales. So at this point, the demand is there, all right? They may not be consistently increasing. We do have a bit of a COVID anomaly where people did flee to go out to suburbia. So, but the fact of the matter is, when do we get to the point where we look at a public policy when the demand is there, and are we just protecting people in the area? They have what they have,
Well, I
they're
mean, under your theory, we got 4 stores. The closest one is 0.1 miles away. That's 2 blocks. We got the next 2 closest are 0.2 miles away. That's 4 blocks. Then the 4th one is 0.3 miles away. That's 6 blocks. So we got 4 stores that I could walk to in 5 minutes.
I have to say as well, that with respect to the numbers, if you take out 2020, you've got the small store close by that's inched up, no doubt. But the other 2 stores really cross each other out. One went up 300,000 between 1916 and 1919, and the other one down 300,000.
500.
And then the fourth store has essentially been flat during that period, 2.52 to 2.26. So there's a volume of sales, but to say that it's changed, increased between 2016 and 2019. And the reason I step in is because I'm the guy who ends up litigating these when somebody brings them to court. And you're saying that all we're doing here is protecting the existing stores by looking at these numbers, and that is not what the board is doing when it looks at these numbers, as everybody who litigates before us frequently knows, who represents clients knows. The reason is that it is well held in decades worth of case law that recognizing whether the current demand in the neighborhood is being met by the existing stores is a relevant factor, and that's why we talk about those numbers. And I'll stop. I'll get off the soapbox.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, to amplify Council's point, these sales are strong sales in the millions, and they're here. And the development in the area, logically, is going to lead to greater demand. So we have stores which are here, and I understand why they're here. They want to protect what they have, but to the exclusion of anyone else given an opportunity. And this community, with this development, with these high-rises going up, can certainly, as I put in my paperwork, seamlessly accept another store. They may be close together, but the demand will be great. And I imagine it's my contention, 3 years from now, if we revisit this, you're going to have the same stores in business, bringing up millions in gross sales. And if this to be approved, you would probably have the 5th store, bringing up sales, being consistent. The growth is there in the community through the development. These developers, a lot smarter than I am, they're spending hundreds of millions of dollars developing these properties. And we're here and we want to be part of it. And my point being, sure, the numbers are strong, perhaps not all going up, but some are going up. And based upon that, I see that this would provide public convenience and advantage. It's another store, it's more selection, a little more competition, and I'm not putting it in a town where they're going to cannibalize each other. These stores are not going to cannibalize each other. These stores are all going to continue to thrive, and I'm asking for the members to look at it through that lens as opposed to just playing with the calculator.
All right, who's the opposition? Please come forward.
Hi, members of the board. My name is Daniel Mensch. I am the co-owner of Pure Wines. We're located at 164 Kent Avenue, and I'm here to oppose. I'm accompanied by 3 other people. I'll be brief so they can speak as well. My store is approximately 700 feet from the proposed location, 189 Kent Avenue. I'm 164 Kent Avenue. As you noted, since 2016, I've had a 25% drop in sales, not to mention profitability, which I'll get to in a second. So for physical saturation, the 15-block stretch of Kent Avenue, that is South 8th to North 7th, has 6 wine and liquor off-premise stores. That's 1 store every 2.5 blocks in a 0.8-mile stretch. In Williamsburg proper, and this is not East Williamsburg, it's Williamsburg from Kent to Havemeyer, from North 12th to Broadway, there are 21 active licenses at my count. That is, again, for off-premise wine and liquor. As the chairman noted on the March 3rd full board meeting, the SLA also approved 420 Kent Avenue, Kent Wine and Liquors. They just started operating this week, so we haven't even seen the effect of this store. Again, they're at 420 Kent Avenue, a handful of blocks away from 189 Kent Avenue. So in addition, you have virtual saturation, which is to say Minibar, Drizzly, Uber Eats, Postmates, Delivery.com, Swill, Liquorly, there are more. They are not only taking a commission from us, so we see lower margins, lower profitability, regardless of what our revenue says, but anyone with a license, pretty much anywhere in New York City, as long as they do delivery, and there are people who do independent delivery outside of these, can deliver to customers in my local area, and they do. Yesterday, I saw a Total Wine van across the street.
All right, thank you.
I'm sorry, I just have a couple more points. I'll be very brief.
I know, no, sir, we got to hear from the other three people. If we have questions, we'll ask you.
Okay.
I'll be really quick. My name is Lily Peachin. I am the owner of Domino Wine LLC, which shares the same name at 325 Kent, just 6 blocks away. I wasn't even notified by the SLA because I'm not one of the 4 closest, even though I am that close. I haven't even renewed my license yet. I'm under 3 years of being open, and the numbers just aren't where they should be, even with the pandemic and everyone drinking at home. I actually had to lay someone off this morning before I got here.
What is your address again? What is your address?
325 Kent.
Well, that's the one in 2018. All right, I remember that. All right, thank you.
And yeah, we had a hard time getting a license there.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
And we probably should put that one in.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Scott Kunla. I'm representing Bedford Wines and Spirits. We are not one of the 5 closest stores. I believe we're number 6 at about 0.6 miles away. And I'm here to protest.
All right, thank you.
Thank
You
you.
have anything else you want to add, or?
No, that's all.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Joshua Kelly. I'm with Grand Wine and Spirits. I'm the second closest store. I think they laid out very closely why convenience and proximity. This store's not bringing that to the table. I'd also mention for Advantage, this is someone who has never worked in the alcohol business. He's not going to bring anything new that we, with 30, 40 plus years of combined experience, are not already doing. And I just think also someone not even from the area, from Staten Island, doesn't know the neighborhood and doesn't know what our residents are looking for.
What's your address?
38 Grand Street.
Thank you. All right, you guys want to talk to the applicant? All right, we're ready.
Yeah.
Okay, Commissioner Fan,
I vote to deny.
Commissioner Ford,
I vote to deny as well.
Chairman Bradley.
I vote to deny. I just think there's enough stores here.
Thanks for your attention.
Thanks.
All right, then the next item, 1992 HUANG Liquor, Inc.
Good morning. My
Sorry,
name
Thomas.
is
I was making a note to myself. What?
1992.
Okay.
Go ahead, ma'am.
morning, Vice Chairman and all liquor authority members. My name is Hang Chen. I represent HUANG Liquor Inc. We were requested to come over here, but we don't know the reason. But we are willing to answer any questions you ask for. The applicant is besides me, Mr. Huang.
We had requested the members that any future applications at this location be forwarded to the full board for determination. I think that's why you're here.
No, they're here because
Well,
it's a
we don't
liquor
know
store.
that.
Every liquor store comes here.
Oh, it's a transfer.
It's a transfer.
Can we have a moment with council? I forgot to ask about this.
They're just going to take a brief recess to discuss an issue with Council Meyerhoff. All right, so just give them a second.
Oh, okay.
Well, Steve, right?
Yeah.
没有啊，这里没有啊，这个我们不知道吗？可能是不清楚他为什么叫他，我们还写email去问你为什么要走，他们说任何情况下都可以走，所以。 卡就行。
All right, we are back on the record with item 1992 after a brief conference with council.
So let me ask you a few questions. How did your client find out about this business opportunity?
From newspaper.
Which newspaper?
In Chinese, 世界日报 is called global
Yes, I know. The World
newspaper?
Journal? Yes, the World Journal.
Yes, the World Journal.
Okay.
Correct.
And he called up and negotiated the deal with the owner?
Yes, it's $83,000 for this transaction.
$83,000?
For this transaction.
Okay.
Can you explain how that number was reached?
What?
It's an odd number, 83,000. Can you explain how they got to that number?
I don't understand the question.
Why wasn't it 100,000 or 50,000? Who set the price of the store and why?
Oh, let me ask him. 他说为什么是8.3万，不是10万，不是多少万？是
这个是我们商量定的。
They negotiate about price, and this is the final number they reached.
What was the original request? What was the original asking price?
OK， 说最初他要多少钱？
最初那个也是8万多，就快9万。
Very close to $90,000, but he make the price down to $83,000.
Does he know? Did he know the owner prior to this?
他说你之前认识这个人吗？
不认识。
No, not at all. He found this on newspaper.
So who are the two people that are giving him the funds to start the business?
Oh, that's his cousins. We put on the like a questionnaire.
I see. They're related.
Yeah, related.
How are you going to pay them back?
It's a gift.
So he's got two cousins that just each gave him $45,000?
Correct.
How are you related to Chen Mei Mei?
陈美梅是你的
表姐。
表姐 cousin。
And what about the other one?
另外一个。
表弟。
表弟also cousin.
When's the last time you saw them?
他说你是上次见到他们是什么时候？
上次回中国的时候。
问哪一年？
上次回中国的时候是16吧。
2016, because pandemic, we don't travel that much.
Well, the pandemic was 2020, so you didn't see
I
them
know.
for 4 years prior to that. What? When did you ask them? When did you ask them for the money for the 45,000 each?
他说 ，OK， 他说你什么时候问他们要钱的？
我就是有看好以后，然后就提早就跟他说了，就是我要准备开酒庄，大概是11、2月吧。
Okay, it's in November 2020. He was going to buy buy a liquor store, and he planned ahead because he doesn't have a job from April 2020 till the end of year. So in November, he decided to buy one, and he asked for the money.
就是我们先准备一些钱，然后就
He has to ask for and prepare before he has a deal.
And anyone else going to help him operate the store?
He will hire one person because his English is not that well. He will hire one employee in the future if it is proved.
And this money is just a clean gift to him from his cousins, right? There's no no other investment, no other return, just a gift?
No, it was a gift letter we provide to examiners.
What do his cousins do for a living in China?
他问你的 cousin 做什么工作？
一个陈妹妹她是做那个销售的经理，
One is a sales manager.
然后另外一个她是做电商的。
One is for economics.
And he worked at a liquor store as a cashier. Where was that liquor store?
他说你现在工作的 cashier 那个 liquor store 叫什么名字
Henry Nicholas。
Henry Liquors.
Henry Street?
The name is Henry Liquors.
Is that Henry Street Liquors?
Yes.
Yeah, that's the one.
It's
That's what I'm talking about,
like
right?
a
We're talking
Brooklyn.
about the same store? Oh, that's not Henry Street that we had those? Okay.
No.
It's at Brooklyn.
I got it.
Moment. Okay.
All right.
Is he related to that owner or no?
他说你跟那个 owner 有关系吗？
是没关系。
No, not at all, he said.
Did that owner help him buy this store as far as give him guidance or anything?
You mean Henry Nichols?
Yes.
他说 Henry Nichols 有没有帮你忙？就说
我就在里面学，就
He learns the skills from this store, but the owner did not help him to get the store. It's all about himself.
Principal's name is King Ming Chan.
What's this guy's name?
King Ming Chen.
And what's this guy's name?
This guy's name is Yang Queen Huang.
Yeah, I do too. Is there anybody else here with him today? Besides you?
His relative, mother-in-law.
Mother-in-law.
Yes.
Can she come up?
Okay. 要你过来一下。This is the mother-in-law.
What's your name, ma'am?
他说你叫什么名字？
我叫my name is 王玉正 YUZHEN 玉正。
于正。玉正。Last name. 姓
那
的吗
是 HUANG。
Last name is also Huang.
And does she have anything to do with a liquor store anywhere?
他说你自己有没有开店啊，或者干什么这个酒庄
Oh yeah, yes.
He has liquor stores.
No, she has a liquor store?
你有吗？
有。
Yes.
Which one?
she's-
Where is
叫
it?
My name is Brooklyn 那个韩国那个 store and Brooklyn。
地址
地址是1601。
1601
Brooklyn。
Brooklyn 的地址。
How long has she had it?
你有多长时间？
我I got 了快1年了，还没1年。
Almost 1 year, not 1 year yet.
Does any other family members have liquor stores?
问你其他的亲戚，就是跟你有关系的亲戚有没有 liquor store？
有，我那些姑啊什么啊亲戚啊都有。
Yes, she has like a relatives has a liquor store like aunt.
姑啊什么啊。
Yes.
Who does?
Aunt.
Her aunt? Where's that?
在哪里说？
也是在 Brooklyn。
Yes, also in Brooklyn.
Do you know the owners of Henry Liquors at 1601 Mermaid Ave in Brooklyn?
Can you repeat the address?
Do you know the owners of 1601 Mermaid Ave in Brooklyn? Is that your store?
你的 store 是不是？是你的吗
Yeah.
Yes, that's her store.
That's her store. So
That's where he's the cashier.
he was a cashier at his mother-in-law's store.
who didn't advise him at all on buying the liquor store.
All right.
他刚才问的是我在
对啊，你在 Henry Store 上班，没错啊。
Ready to go then?
No.
我出去就好。
They could have told the truth. Do you, ma'am, do you know the cousins that gave him the $90,000?
You mean ask her? Does she know?
Yes.
他说你认识他的 cousin 吗？
所以我不认识。
No, she said she doesn't know.
是他老婆的妈妈，是他老婆的妈妈，不是亲妈妈，是丈母娘。
是 cousin。
他的 cousin 我不认识啊。不是他姑，是他姑那边的，我是他丈母，是他丈母娘。
Yeah, it doesn't. They didn't need to hide it.
我是他丈母。
You need me?
No, I'd ask for an extension.
Oh, okay. I don't have any other questions.
是他丈母。
Okay, she said she's the mother-in-law. The
I know.
cousin is different related like a relationship.
Yeah, no, I understand. What she's saying is that the money came from his side of the family,
Yeah, I know.
not from her side.
Right, different side.
Where'd she get her money to buy her store?
他说你买这个 liquor store 的钱是从哪里来的？
我当初我也是我亲戚送给我的那个，因为我亲戚他什么拆迁的房子钱的什么，然后拿去送给我。
You know
有能力就还，没能力就没还。但是我亲戚当初送给我。
Okay, because in China, a lot of people get the money from demolish the house from government, so they all have money, and she got money from relatives too. It's
So
a
there's money falling out of the sky in China, is what you're telling me.
Yes.
People are exactly the same thing.
没有啊，我有答应他，我有还啊。虽然说我以后有能力。
Yeah, recently I have.
The same people,
It looks like different names.
but the letter is.
Were they from the same cousins he's getting his money from, or no?
你是从同一个亲戚叫陈美美那边拿的钱吗
我不是啊，我是汪环妹跟那个。
？No, different relative, because they are separate line. One is the mother-in-law line, one is his line. It's different.
Okay.
因为我以后要还他，我赚的钱要还他。
Doesn't matter at the end of the day. Somebody else will come back.
Married to his family, you go liquor store.
Well, that's some other families too. All right. Oh, sorry, Tom. Bear with us. We're having technical problems.
Oh, okay.
Drop that.
你要开震动啊！
Smell. That's
Good. Thank you.
At least his mother-in-law teaching that.
All right then. You said you do this. You do?
Okay.
Are we ready to vote?
Plug back in here, Tom. Need that plugged in here?
No, I should have enough to get us through.
All right.
You hope. All right then. Commissioner Fan?
So next time you guys come, you don't have to hide things. You should just answer the questions truthfully because it's better that way. I'm going to vote to approve.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ford?
I'm going to vote to approve as well. Yes.
I think
I just,
this young man is a little nervous.
Hey, let them finish their vote, please.
yeah,
Okay.
I just think there's some miscommunications here, and I'm not quite sure why, but I'm going to vote to approve as well.
All right, Chairman Bradley.
And I'm going to vote to deny because I am not, they're actually communicating very well to me. I just think this is a shady deal, and if you get caught, commingling or co-oping anything together, you're probably gonna lose both stores.
All of them.
Got that? Because I think this is shady, and I'll make sure it happens.
Should I explain to them?
Yeah.
OK， 他说你们不要有任何隐瞒，如果你们隐瞒的话，2个 store 都会就说。
知道。
Yes, she understands.
Yes, I know.
Okay.
We'll see you in a year.
OK, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
The next item.
What?
The next item is 2046 DHD Group LLC.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Jonathan Goodleman. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, DHD Group LLC. I also have both principals of the applicant with me, HUANG Diamond and David Diamond. HUANG goes by Holly. And I'm here to offer additional information regarding the exemption to the 500-foot rule in support of granting such exemption.
Well, how about you explain to us first why you told us it wasn't within 500 feet?
Sure.
Because it's
of course, I
clearly
understand.
within 500 feet of several licenses.
Yes, and my clients beg for forgiveness. To be honest, this is their first license.
I'm not putting this on your clients. I'm putting it on you.
Okay, understood. So I helped with the acquisition, Mr. Chairman, and originally the clients decided they wanted to prepare the application without more in-depth assistance to save some funds. They're first-time restaurant owners. It was in the middle of COVID. They did not mean to misrepresent to the board. They're extremely apologetic. And we have provided, once they were aware, it was within the 500-foot rule and the software provided by the state to comply. They've done so. They've provided their information to the public interest regarding the public interest statement, and they're happy to disclose further information today.
It's in the application.
Who?
No, I'm saying, is the rep, did he sign the application?
I did not sign
I
the
don't have any question. I mean, you basically caused this to be delayed. You created an enormous amount of extra work for us. And this shouldn't even be here because it should have been granted without coming to the board.
I appreciate that would have been the case.
And right now,
and
based on what you did do, it should be denied, but I'm not gonna do that because of the screw up, but I'm not gonna do that to hurt your clients.
I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman.
All right, so I'm going to vote to approve with the bathroom waiver, midnight across the board. Recorded music only, no promoters, no security. Manager is needed.
Thank you.
How long have you been operating on a temp?
They've been operating for about 7 months on a temporary license with no issues or any violations.
And the premises has been open since, what, 2015, has no history either, so.
Correct.
I'm going to vote to approve as well.
With the 12 a.m. closing?
With the conditions, yes.
Chairman Brown.
I will do the same. Same condition.
Thank you, Board and Commissioner.
Next item, 1991. Blueprint.
He says he did. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Blueprint 265 Management LLC.
What number?
1991. Ladies and gentlemen, Frank Palillo.
A much beat up and maligned Frank Palillo. It's nice to see you all. I'm not on a little screen. It's a little bit.
Still has the
How are
tan.
you?
Yeah, that tan never fades, does it, Frank? COVID and all. You still got outside, didn't you?
That's a summer tan, sir.
Yeah, okay.
My name is Frank Palillo, and this is Kwame, please.
Kwame Mack, hello, how you doing?
Good.
You may remember, Kwame, you approved this application just about 2 years ago. Over community board opposition, over Flatbush Civic Association. Opposition with stringent hours Kwame's been operating, allowing for COVID, he's been operating for a renewal period. I recognize he didn't operate for 3 or 4 months. Having said that, we are attempting to license the backyard and increase the hours. We'd be happy to answer any questions you have for us. I note that I notified the community board, I think on June 4th and on June 5th it was denied. No one called us in, no one wanted to discuss anything. There was nothing about your operation, we have a problem, we don't have a problem. There was an automatic denial. We have had no issues at the premises.
How long have you been using the outdoors, the backyard under the current conditions of the past year or so?
Did you use it during COVID?
Yes, I used it during COVID since last year.
Since last year, last summer,
about last summer. Once we got COVID since about like April, early May.
Nah, I don't think that's right. I don't think you were able to open until June.
To June. June, July, I believe, the first.
All right, and when you say you've been using the backyard, like, how many tables? I mean, how have you been using the backyard is what I'm asking.
Oh, we spread it out through COVID for the amount of people that we could get with the safe distances. So we'll have about like 20 people out there, 25 people.
How many tables?
How many tables? We'll set up about like 15 tables, 12, 15 tables.
Would you still be limiting it to that now post-COVID? Or would you be trying to get more people in the back?
Oh, no. As long, we're planning to keep the same COVID design that we have about 25 people out there.
Yeah, I looked at your location, and what concerns me is the residences around your backyard. It's just like 2-story like projects, style of buildings. And so that's what concerns me, that you're right under their windows.
We acknowledge that, and it's unfortunate. We're willing to close the backyard at a reasonable hour. Just the opportunity to do the business during the day and the early evening would make all the difference in the world.
Yeah.
I mean, we'd be willing to close it at 9 o'clock or,
yeah,
we don't want to.
I'm sorry, I also went to the neighbors, my direct neighbors on the block. Before I opened up, before I got permission from before I opened up, I went to the neighbors and I knocked on the door, let them know I'm available, gave them my office hours and my cell phone number. And I didn't have any issues with them. I knocked on each neighbor door along that block.
Yeah, okay. I mean, you've done a nice job with the place, there's no question about it. So I was looking, I don't know how the other two feel, but I was looking to come up with some kind of compromise for what you're asking, because I'm not going to go to 4 a.m. outside.
Well, no, there was no intent to use 4 a.m. outside.
Yeah.
That was the inside. The outside areas would be earlier.
So just for the board's, I guess, information, I believe the establishment right next door came to us recently and asked for the same thing, and we denied them. For the same reasons you're bringing up. And the community board was against that as well, correct?
He did put in the temporary alteration, sent us a diagram and such.
Who? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so they have been using the.
No, I mean, I don't think it has anything to do with his ability to manage the place. I think it's it's this neighborhood. They just.
We have no complaints with them.
All right, so.
May I just add?
You did Halsey,
Sorry.
right? Look up Halsey.
I'm not Halsey, go.
Go ahead.
I believe the place next door is a bar. We are a restaurant, we're not a bar.
Yeah, but they have the same, they asked for the same stuff you did. It was the outside that was the issue.
I don't know anything about them. I don't know their disciplinary history. I don't know what the reasons were the board disapproved it. I only know the gentleman standing next to me. He's fulfilled.
June to November.
And they wanted the same thing.
They resubmitted their plans to include a backyard space that they thought was included.
And a 4 a.m. close or no?
No.
Okay. I mean, this was tough I remember this. This place was tough to get licensed. I mean, that's why it's got a 12 a.m. closing, because there was huge opposition to it. Is there any opposition here today? No? So just For the record, the community board and several block associations did strongly object to this on both fronts, the backyard as well as the 4 a.m. close. Okay, I got nothing.
The 4 a.m. close is really just a frame of reference. If we could get a couple hours just to continue our operations, that would help. As far as the backyard, we'll close it at 9 o'clock every night. We're not looking to disturb the neighbors.
Okay.
So would you be amenable to say 9 o'clock to shut down outdoors and let's say like 2 a.m.?
Say yes.
Yes.
He said yes.
He said yes. That's what I thought he said.
He said yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're ready to vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Fan,
I'll go with Commissioner Ford.
Commissioner Ford,
Like I said, 9 a.m. for outside.
9 p.m.
9 p.m.
9 p.m. 9 a.m. for you. I just want to see if you were paying attention.
Yeah, I was.
All right. 9 p.m. outside and 2 a.m. closing.
Chairman Bradley.
No to the outside and I'll allow 2 a.m. closing. But I deny the backyard use.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next item, 1995, CJAY'S Wine and Liquor, Inc.
Good afternoon, Timothy Allenwick for the applicant. With me is Chris Onyisi.
Good afternoon.
I'm actually asking to put this over to the next calendar on the 28th.
You want to kick this over?
Yeah.
Okay.
I did a FOIL request and it came in, I think, late on Thursday, so I wasn't able to respond to it. It's over 100 pages.
Okay. That's fine with me.
Commissioner Ford, Chairman Bradley.
Yes.
That's fine.
Thank you, appreciate it. Take care.
Next item, 1996, 3002 LLC.
Good afternoon. Joseph Levy here on behalf of 3002 LLC. It's a request for reconsideration.
Where's the other half of you?
I lost it somewhere along the way.
Great. Amazing.
So do you want to say anything? Because I didn't see anything new that you presented.
Yes, I would like to say a few things. I'm assuming you guys saw my reconsideration request as well as my my underlying submission to begin with.
We did.
All the new. So I pointed out the population increase, which is significant in this immediate zip code, which is new information, and it was about 24% or so, which is significant in an urban area like this. And another point to make is two of the closer stores on Crescent, 4134 Crescent, 4224 Crescent. One of them's almost empty. There's almost no product on the shelves. It's rarely open. Staff is just not knowledgeable about wine generally. This was observed on multiple visits. And 4224 Crescent, while having a knowledgeable staff, this store is actually on the other side of Queens Plaza. So that's a significant shopping mall. People can't walk through that, and people typically don't walk through that on their, in the walking community here. So that is a pretty significant demarcation line in the community, and those are serving different neighborhoods. And the other point I'll make is all of the residential development and hotel work that was submitted in the underlying submission, thousands of residential units, that all happened subsequent to the last license being issued here, which was 4 years ago. I know in the disapproval letter, you indicated that there has not been a lot of development here, or at least it hasn't changed how people or the desires of people to shop for alcohol in the neighborhood. And I would disagree with that based on the record-breaking sales of the two closer stores. And also, again, you mentioned that there was a store issued here recently. I would point out that it was 4 years ago, which is not all that recent. And all of the development I submitted was after the last store had been issued. So I do believe that this will present a different a different type of establishment in the neighborhood. And again, this is the ground floor of a brand new 400+ unit residential building where the #1 amenity requested from proposed and current residents was a new neighborhood wine store. They would not have made that request had they been properly serviced by the existing establishments in the neighborhood.
Which store did you say was basically empty of product?
4134 Crescent.
Which store, which store is that?
That's
Farthest was the last one, and I didn't respond.
Is that Peter Wine and Liquor?
And I don't believe there was any opposition submitted by any of the stores, and I think a few of them didn't even submit numbers.
No, there wasn't.
That's correct.
That's correct, yes.
All right.
All right, we're ready to vote on the request for reconsideration.
Yes.
Commissioner Fan,
I'll vote yes on recon.
Commissioner Ford,
I'll vote yes on reconsideration as well.
Chairman Bradley.
I vote no on recon.
All right, moving forward to the application itself. Commissioner Fan,
I see perhaps longer distances than I had thought before, so I'm going to vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford,
I vote to approve as well.
Chairman Bradley.
I'm going to vote to deny. There's 5 stores within 0.8 miles. 2 with stagnant sales, 1 is low marginal sales, and we have 2 non-reports. I just don't see the public convenience and advantage to adding another one.
Thank you. Nice to almost see you guys in person.
See ya.
Thank you.
Next item is 2024, BIVCO LLC.
I'm surprised there's nobody here. Didn't you think there'd be more people here?
And there's Frank.
Running to our party.
Good afternoon. My name is Frank Palillo.
I'll go to 2,000.
So what's that, Commissioner Fan?
I'll go to 2,000.
2,000. Commissioner Ford,
I was at accept.
I'll go to 2,000.
I'll go to 2002 and make it unanimous.
Thank you.
okay. Next item, 1918, COYOACAN LORIMER LLC.
I'll accept 1,500.
Commissioner Ford,
Accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
Thank you.
Next item, 1939, Dover Peters Clam Bar, Inc.
On this one, I would ask that the members take the licensee's good record into account. I think it's 7 years. I'm not 100%, but I think it's 7 years.
I'm going to accept 1,500.
Commissioner Ford,
Accept 1,500.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
Thank you. See you in 3 weeks.
Next item I have, 1968, DREAMZ Lounge, Inc.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Martin Mailer of Mailer Buscemi. And I echo what has been said before. It's a pleasure to be before you again and be able to address you. I'll probably eat my words, but for the past 18 months I've been yelling at a computer. It doesn't seem to respond to me. So
Well,
here we go.
Mr. Mailer, we got tape while we were yelling. Did you tape yourself? Because I'd like to hear it.
You know what? I should have, but no, I did not. I'm sorry. I can go back.
We can add it to the record.
Could be a new Netflix series, yes.
It could be. Anyway, I was told by the License Bureau to appear today, well, not to appear, but that this was going to be on. And normally, an application like this would never go beyond the License Bureau, in my opinion. The licensee has no record. The Community Board approved. But as I read, the problem, I believe, is with the seller and having COVID violations. I was asked by...
Well, they're actually pending too, right?
Right.
No, yes, but I was asked... Yes, but I was asked by the attorney for the authority who has the matter to try to reach out to the licensee. I was able to do that yesterday, and communication I had with the licensee was that he would accept the $2,000 penalty. I believe, I can't swear to it, but I believe he sent a $2,000 CNC to the attorney for the authority. I don't know if you have it before you, and I don't know really if
We
we
don't,
received it.
we don't have it, and when I talked to Mr. Brennan this morning, he said he hadn't heard back.
And
But I
not
guess
well.
the important thing, though, is that we have a record that this existing licensee is no longer holding a license. He didn't surrender his license.
No, that's true. What, and I can explain that
Expired.
between.
Oh, it expired.
No, it expired, yeah. His license expired on 12/31. He has not renewed it. COVID played a large part in that. I don't know what to say here, except that if you mete out a penalty, or at least suggest a penalty of, let's say, $2,000, which is what he agreed to do, at least over the phone, that I'm pretty sure that, I mean, I can't speak for him because I'm not his client, I'm not his attorney, but that my client can pay it and then deduct it from what he will owe the current license, formal license. I'm sorry.
We need.
We
since
can't
he's
do that.
still-
We
no,
don't have
can't
any
do
leverage.
that.
You could just act on this application.
Yeah, but then we don't have any leverage over the other guy.
We don't
We
know
don't
that
have
he's a
anyway.
well, it would be helpful if we knew from him and not from the person who's trying to license this location.
I agree.
Then
with
he's
you.
not gonna throw in a late renewal.
No, I agree with you.
Right now, Adam?
No, that can't be.
We can make this, if you want to approve it, you can make it conditional on a resolution of the disciplinary case from the licensee that indicates he's done, that he's.
All right, let's do that. Okay, I'm gonna vote to approve on the condition that we get a representation from the current licensee that his business is kaput.
We want an affidavit or a representation?
Affidavit.
Yes, same, adopting all of the community board stipulations.
Yes, the community board stipulations.
Same.
That's it. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure. That's it. It
care.
really is nice being able to speak to you people. Take care.
See ya.
All right, Juan or whoever's in New York, I don't have anything else down there. Do you have anything else?
No, that's everything.
All right, you can disconnect
After Gary's phone call
meeting
at
then.
3:30 anyway, we won't be collecting.
Thank you all for your help.
Thank you. Take care.
We're gonna get a chase for $2,000.
No, you really think that's the way this is gonna go?
Yeah.
All right then.
Huh?
You don't, I do, yeah. We're gonna be in big trouble.
Ready to proceed with the rest of the calendar?
Yes, Tom, knock yourself out. Actually, can we take 2 minutes beforehand?
Do you mean to knock myself out?
No. So we don't have to go up again.
For those listening at home, we're going to take a brief recess.
Like, you ever have TVJ? Okay, for my phone.
Let's go out this way now.
All right then, we're going to resume the calendar, the items where there was no appearances. The first, 1880, 1881, it's a $2,000 conditional offer.
I accept 2,000.
Commissioner Ford.
Accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
1882, a $1,500 conditional offer.
Accept 1,500.
Commissioner Ford.
Accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
1883, a $4,000 conditional offer.
I'm going to go to 2,000.
2,000. Commissioner Ford.
I'll do 2,000 as well.
Chairman Bradley.
2,000.
1884, it's a $1,000 conditional offer.
1,000.
Commissioner Ford.
Accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
1885, a $1,500 conditional offer.
I'll go to 1,000.
Commissioner Ford.
I was at 500. It's been over 40 years.
Chairman Bradley.
I'll go to 500.
1886, 87, 88. I got an email this morning from Mr. Flynn. He took ill last night. He'd like the matter held over to the 28th.
728.
728.
1889 and 90, also Mr. Flynn's case.
He got a sunny day in the Rockaways is what he got. First one in about a month.
Take it we're adjourning that to the 28th, right?
Yeah.
Which one is that? That's 1889, 1890?
Yes. 1891. Request for reconsideration.
This is a change in method of operation. They argue that the location's past history should not be relevant. The applicant, which that's an interesting argument. Applicant has managed the place successfully since it opened. The applicant's job as a nurse is only 3 days a week and does not affect her ability to manage. She wants a 4 a.m. closing.
Yeah, I would just add for the record that the representations made about how busy the nurse is are from the representative, not from the client, and therefore have a dish of unreliability.
Commissioner
She's
Fan.
been open. Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Commissioner Fan on the request for reconsideration.
I'm going to vote no.
Commissioner Ford.
I'm going to vote no to recon as well.
Chairman Bradley.
I'm going to vote no too. She's only been open a year. We know what went on in the past year, so I don't think it's a good indication of whether she's good, bad, or mediocre as an operator. I think if she goes another year, then perhaps I would consider upping it, not till 4 a.m. though.
All right, 1892, no contest plea.
I'm at 3,000.
Commissioner Ford.
I'll do 3,000.
3,000.
Didn't ask you yet.
Yeah, we're moving quicker now.
1893, a $4,000 conditional offer.
I'm going to go to 2,000.
2,000. Commissioner Ford.
1893. I'll do 2,000.
Oh, now I got it. Chairman Bradley.
I'll accept. Sorry, I should have just yelled it.
1894, $1,500 conditional offer.
1,500 accept.
Commissioner Ford.
1,500 accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
1895, $1,500 conditional offer.
1,500 accept.
Commissioner Ford.
1,500 accept.
And Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
1896, a $1,500 conditional offer.
1,500 accept.
Commissioner Ford.
1,500 accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
1897 and 98, a $15,000 conditional offer.
15,000 accept.
Commissioner Ford.
I have no confidence that this licensee won't be back before us again, but so this is the last stop for gas. He's got to operate the business as stipulated and agreed to, but I'll accept the 15,000.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
1899 and 1900, offer cancellation of bond claim.
I'll accept cancel and bond.
Commissioner Ford.
Cancel and bond
Chairman
accept.
Bradley.
Accept.
1901, $1,500 conditional offer.
I'll accept 1,500.
Commissioner Ford.
1,500 accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
1902, a $1,500 conditional
I'll
offer.
accept 1,500.
Commissioner Ford.
1,500 accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
1903, a $1,000 conditional offer.
I'll accept 1,000.
Commissioner Ford.
1,000 accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
1904, $1,500 conditional offer.
1,500 accept.
Commissioner Ford.
1,500 accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
1905, a no contest plea.
I'm at cancel and bond.
Commissioner Ford.
Cancel and bond, the license, what, expired a year ago? Yeah, cancel and bond.
Yeah. Chairman Bradley.
Cancel and bond.
1906, pleading default.
One employee, oh, I'm at 1,000.
Commissioner Ford.
1,000.
Chairman Bradley.
1,000.
1907, offer cancellation and bond claim.
Cancel and bond.
Commissioner Ford.
Cancel and bond.
Chairman Bradley.
Cancel and bond.
1908, $2,000 conditional offer.
2,000 accept.
Commissioner Ford.
2,000 accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
1909 is a $2,500 conditional offer.
2,500 accept.
Commissioner Ford.
2,500 accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
1910 is a $10,000 conditional offer.
10,000 accept.
Commissioner Ford.
10,000 accept.
And Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
1911, a $2,500 conditional offer.
2,500 accept.
Commissioner Ford.
2,500
And Chairman
accept.
Bradley.
Accept.
1912 is a $1,500 conditional offer.
1,500 accept.
Commissioner Ford.
1,500
And
accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
1913 is a $1,500 conditional offer.
1,500 accept.
Commissioner Fan, Commissioner Ford.
Accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
1914, a $1,500 conditional offer.
1,500 accept.
Commissioner Ford.
1,500 accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
1915, a $1,500 conditional offer.
1,500 accept.
Commissioner Ford.
1,500 accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
1916, a $1,500 conditional offer.
I'm going to accept 1,500.
Commissioner Ford.
1916, you said?
Yes, sir.
It's a lot of people. It's a lot of people.
Open since what, 1946?
I know, but it's a lot of people.
Yeah, it's not the run of no offense.
Yeah, exactly. It's a lot of people.
Okay, accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
1917, a $3,000 conditional offer.
I'm going to go to 1,500.
Commissioner Ford.
I was going to do 1,000, one staff member.
Chairman Bradley.
1,500.
1,500 for me too then.
Okay.
I tried.
1919, $1,500 conditional offer.
1,500 accept.
Commissioner Ford.
Did we skip 1918?
No.
No, we did it
1918 was
already.
called,
Oh, okay.
the
All right.
appearances.
Accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
1920, a $4,000 conditional offer.
I'm going to go to 3,000.
3,000, Commissioner Ford.
I'll go to 3,000.
Chairman Bradley.
3,000.
1921, a $2,500 conditional offer.
This is orange zone, so I'm going to go to 1,500.
Commissioner Ford.
I'll go to 1,500.
1,500.
1922, a $1,000 conditional offer.
1,000 accept.
Commissioner Ford.
I was at 1,500.
Chairman Bradley.
You're going to raise it?
To be consistent, yes.
All right. Counter 15.
1923, a $1,500 conditional offer.
I'll accept 15.
Commissioner Ford.
I'll accept 15.
Chairman Bradley.
15.
1924, $1,500 conditional offer.
I'm going to go to 750.
Commissioner Ford.
I was going to do 1,000.
Chairman Bradley.
1,000.
1925, $1,500 conditional offer.
I'll take 1,500.
Commissioner Ford.
1,500 accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
1926 and 27, offer cancellation and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Chairman Bradley.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
1928, $1,500 conditional offer.
1,500 accept.
Commissioner Ford.
1,500 accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
1929, pleading default.
1,500.
Commissioner Ford.
I was at 2,000.
Chairman Bradley.
1,500.
1930, pleading default.
I'm at 1,500.
Commissioner Ford.
I was at 1,000.
Chairman Bradley.
1,500.
1931, pleading default.
1,500.
Commissioner Ford.
$19.31.
Yes, sir.
Down, except, yeah, 1,500.
Chairman Bradley.
1,500.
1932, a no contest plea.
I'm at 2,500.
All right, Commissioner Ford.
I'll do 25.
Chairman Bradley.
2,500.
1933, pleading default.
I'm at 1,500.
Commissioner Ford.
The license is expired. Is anything on file for renewal?
Hold on, I think we have a guest appearance. Hello?
It left the call.
Okay.
Who was it? You don't know?
It was the,
Executive.
the monitor, but they weren't calling into the WebEx meeting, they were calling into a separate call, so it was the, so they may have somebody, but they need to call into the WebEx meeting.
There is no renewal filed.
All right, so cancel and bond, right?
Well, just give them the 15 and then it will get canceled.
If they don't pay the 15, they're gonna wind up getting canceled anyway.
Right.
Okay,
They can say the cancellation.
Where you at, sir?
1,500.
Chairman Bradley.
1,500. Is that an iPad?
Yes.
You can write on those things?
Yeah.
Cool.
That is investments.
Oh,
You
got
can
it.
actually make notes,
Oh, the agents.
you can make
What?
notes on your PDF.
Yeah.
On your computer.
I can?
That was the whole point of going electronic, so that you could all make your notes
Yeah.
on the electronic PDFs and save them to your desk, your
That's what I do.
screen.
I make the notes on the computer, I save them on
Yeah.
the file, then I transfer
Okay,
them to
keep
you.
going, we'll talk about
All right.
That's,
Somebody's gonna
Hey,
have
I'm still.
PDF software though.
you should all have it.
No, I don't have it.
I don't know if I'd have it either, all right.
No,
Somebody's
it's
gonna have
cost
to give,
extra money.
they're gonna have to give me a tutorial. I want one of these cool little pens like he's got.
Oh, yeah.
You can't use the pen,
Yeah.
because then you just have marks on top of your laptop.
No, if I move it to my iPad, I can do it like he does it. Look what he's got
All
going.
right, 1934, please default.
He's got some crazy
We
stuff.
don't want to look all high-tech up here. I mean, really, I think the public will be shocked.
1934,
1934, oh, I'm at 2,500, even though it's surrendered.
I'll do 2,500.
All right, we've got the feedback from Albany, had some little technical glitch there. If there is somebody from New York trying to re-enter the meeting, you need to use the WebEx address and not just dial into the Albany monitor, please. All right then, I believe I cut you off with 1934, which was no contest default.
1934, I'm at 2,500.
Commissioner Ford,
2,500.
Chairman Bradley.
2,500.
Next is 1935, 1937. It's a $5,000 conditional offer.
I'll accept 5,000.
Commissioner Ford,
5,000 accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
Next is 1936. It's a $6,000 conditional offer.
6,000 accept.
Commissioner Ford,
6,000 accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
1938, a $1,500 conditional offer.
1,500 accept.
1,500 accept.
And Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
1940, to offer cancellation.
I'll accept cancellation.
We do 39 yet?
Did that before, didn't we?
Oh, that we did 39, right, okay.
1940,
Yep.
offer cancellation.
She
Cancel.
accepted, I'll accept.
Cancel for the record, yes.
1941, offer of $6,500.
I'll accept 6,500.
Commissioner Ford,
Why would it not be 3,000?
it's a 18-year-old, so that,
So 3,500.
right.
Because they have adverse history, it doesn't have to be a second sale, it's any adverse history.
Okay, all right. Accept.
Chairman Bradley,
Accept.
1942, a $2,500 conditional offer.
2,500 accept.
Commissioner Ford,
2,500 accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
1943, a $3,000 conditional offer.
3,000 accept.
Terrible move.
3,000 accept.
Terrible move. Did you say that with Belushi? I'll accept.
1944, offer of $10,500.
I'm going to go to 10,000.
10,000.
10,000?
You
Yep.
had to throw in one clunker in the middle of all that great stuff you did.
10,000.
All right.
And that was it. It didn't, wasn't that Coppola or something? Some big director did it.
Spielberg.
Spielberg, yeah.
All right, next is 1045, an offer of $1,500.
You mean 1945?
Yeah,
Accept.
1945, offer 10.
I'm at 1,000.
So what was that?
1,000.
Commissioner Ford,
Yeah, they're doing something now.
Prohibit, just, this is all signage. Yeah, I'll do 1,000.
1,000.
1946, a $1,500 conditional offer.
1,500 accept.
Commissioner Ford,
1,500 accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
1947, a $1,500 conditional offer.
1,500 accept.
Commissioner Ford,
1,500 accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
1948, it's a pleading default.
I'm at 2,000.
Commissioner Ford,
I'll do 2,000.
Chairman Bradley.
I was gonna go to 3,000. This is a guy that was highly uncooperative to our investigator and actually threatened the investigator by indicating that he was going to put her face on the internet and then proceeded to do so, correct?
She did.
That's correct.
All right, go ahead.
You know something, Chairman, I'll do 3,000 with you, because I didn't think that was right either.
Just for the record, the evidence that we have is that he said he would do that if he was prosecuted for the violation that the investigator was writing him up for. So his attempt was to evade the enforcement effort through a threat.
Oh, he. Yeah, what did I say, she?
Right.
All right, so 3,000 from Commissioner Ford and Chairman Bradley. Next is 1949, a $3,500 conditional offer.
I'll accept 3,500.
Commissioner Ford,
3,500.
Chairman Bradley.
3,500.
1950, $6,000 conditional offer.
6,000 accept.
Commissioner Ford,
6,000 accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
1951, a $1,500 conditional offer.
1951?
1951.
Geisha Asian Lounge, Asian Cuisine and Lounge.
I'll take 1,500.
Commissioner Ford,
1,500 accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
1952, default.
I'll take 1,500.
Commissioner Ford,
1,500.
Chairman Bradley.
1,500.
1953, offer cancellation and bond claim.
I'll take cancel and bond.
Commissioner Ford,
Cancel and bond accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
1954, an offer of $1,500.
1,500 accept.
Commissioner Ford,
Accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
1955 is an offer of $1,500.
1,500 accept.
Commissioner Ford,
1,500 accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
1956 is an offer of $1,500.
1,500 accept.
Commissioner Ford,
1,500 accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
1957 is an offer of $1,500.
1,500 accept.
Commissioner Ford,
1,500 accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
1958, the pleading default.
I'm at 2,000.
Commissioner Ford,
2,000.
Chairman Bradley.
2,000.
1959, $1,500 conditional offer.
I'll go to 1,000.
Commissioner Ford,
I'll do 1,000.
Chairman Bradley.
1,000.
1960, the pleading default.
I'm at 7,000.
Commissioner Ford,
1959, 7,000.
No, 60.
60.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh. Oh, I had the wrong number on. Yes, 7,000.
Chairman Bradley.
7,000.
1961, a $1,500 conditional offer.
I'm gonna go to 1,000.
Commissioner Ford,
I'll do 1,000.
Chairman Bradley.
1,000.
1962, a $2,000 conditional offer.
I'll go to 1,500.
Commissioner Ford,
I was going to accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
1963 is a $1,500 conditional offer.
I'll take 1,500.
Commissioner Ford,
1,500 accept.
Chairman Bradley.
1,500.
1964, $1,500 conditional offer.
I'll accept 1,500.
Commissioner Ford,
1,500 accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
1965, a $5,000 conditional offer.
5,000 accept.
Commissioner Ford,
Accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
1966, a $1,500 conditional offer.
1,500.
Commissioner Ford,
1,500 accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
1967 is an application for a new package store license.
This will be it's a Brooklyn package store, 919 square feet, 700 square feet is retail. It's a store with one employee, principal to manage. Owner has no experience. The closest store is 0.2 miles away. There are 6 stores within 0.4 miles. The applicant is indicating that he will be selling kosher products, wine and alcohol, although he does acknowledge that one of the closest stores named ESPERANZA actually also seems to specialize in kosher wine and alcohol, so I don't know how special it is. There are 4 protests from the 4 of the closest stores.
Yeah, just for the record, the applicant simultaneously claims that his store is unique because it will be selling kosher products in the neighborhood, and that's desperately needed, but then argues that there's a high demand for those kosher products because ESPERANZA is doing so well, and they sell them. I don't quite understand how those two things can coexist.
I think Commissioner Fanning.
I'm sorry, Tom. 3 of the 4 closest stores are bulletproof. And this store will not be bulletproof. Go ahead.
Commissioner Fanning, ready to vote?
Yes, I vote to deny.
Commissioner Ford,
I vote to deny as well.
Chairman Brad.
I correct myself, three, I'm sorry. No, 2 of the 4 closest are bulletproof, not 3.
Right, and the Ebers store is not bulletproof.
Right, I'm gonna vote to deny as well. I don't see any public convenience and advantage. There are a significant number of stores within a 10-minute walk of this location.
1970 is a application to renew on-premises liquor license.
This is Nassau on premises. They are on a temporary license. It's a restaurant with 7 employees, no security, principal to manage, recorded music only, no private events, no promoters. Applicant has experience managing a restaurant without a liquor license. An application at this location was disapproved based on adverse history and lack of experience of the applicant. Last 2 licenses at this location have been canceled. 4 out of the 5 last licenses at this location have significant adverse history. And we actually have I believe we have 3 complaints regarding activities that are going on at this location currently that were investigated. And I don't believe those complaints ever came of anything, correct?
No, we didn't investigate the complaints. We had complaints from the neighborhood from neighbors that were not investigated. And that's why.
No, but then one of our investigators went out and the place wasn't.
Yes. We went to see if the place was open and serving. They do not even have a permit, so.
Oh, they're not on a temp?
No.
Okay.
No, the concern about the complaints was that there was noise late at night and a party atmosphere, and given those complaints, although they were in the past and we haven't investigated them, one wonders how that could have happened without there being liquor served in the premises, but we can't corroborate that because we didn't investigate those complaints. But that would, had they been corroborated, it would have been a serious problem.
And those complaints all amounted to loud music, people outside the bar being loud, people yelling, and similar after-party bar is one complaint is charged. So, should they get this license, they should be on notice that the neighbors are already up in arms.
Yeah.
All right then, Commissioner Fanning, you ready to vote?
I'm not ready to vote to approve this, so I'm voting to deny.
Okay, Commissioner Ford.
I'm not comfortable with it either, and no one showed up to answer questions about it, so I'm voting to deny.
Chairman Brad.
I'm going to deny just based on the fact that no one, correct, as Commissioner Ford pointed out, no one showed up, and it's obvious that this is a location that has significant past issues, and I have a lot of questions about their operations, and they didn't show up.
The next is 1972, which we request for reconsideration. Package store disapproved.
This is a Suffolk package store that we unanimously disapproved. They argue that one of the 4 closest stores was called a new store when it was really a removal to its current location. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that is treated like a new store.
Yeah.
They do admit that the population is stagnant, but that most of the larger portion of the population is coming of drinking age. They argue that the applicant does have experience working in his uncle's liquor store for 5 months, and that's pretty much the extent of their.
They also claim that there was some issue about whether a liquor store went out of business on Terry Road, but I would have to, in the Terry Road Shopping Center. But neither that issue nor the issue of whether the store was a new store or a transfer entered into the rationale the board gave in issuing its denial, which was based on the market as it existed and the demand for alcoholic beverages and whether it was being served by the existing stores. And nothing that's in the reconsideration suggests that those facts that the board relied on were incorrect in some way.
All right, on the recon.
On the reconsideration, Commissioner Fan.
I say no.
Commissioner Ford.
No, I'm denying reconsideration.
Chairman Brad.
I'm denying as well.
1973, it's a request for declaratory ruling.
So this is a declaratory ruling on a 200-foot issue regarding a development that is in the process of being constructed. it's related to a school that's also in the process of being constructed. Gary, do you want to explain this?
Yes, this is a complicated 200-foot question, series of 200-foot questions, because there are 3 proposed possible retail license spaces, and they're all in buildings that are on a corner. In fact, one of the buildings that 2 of them are on 2 corners. And in the past, the board has considered schools or churches that are on 2 corners, or buildings that are on 2 corners, to be on both streets. So the first question that's raised by the declaratory ruling is whether or not the grandfathering rule would apply if these stores open before the school does, essentially. The second question is, if the grandfathering rule doesn't apply, are these stores on the same street as the school? And then the third question is, if any of them are on the same street, which of the entrances that are marked on this diagram that they provided with their declaratory ruling would the authority look to determine where to make the measurement? So those are 3 discrete legal issues. My recommendation is, to the extent the board is going to rule on this at all, that the declaratory ruling attach this diagram and make very clear that the ruling the board is making is based on the factual representations as depicted in this diagram, and not on anything that might happen to this project when it's actually built. Because this could end up being a moving target, and it should be abundantly clear what the board is ruling on. I can understand why the board would be asked to rule in advance. It's possible that the board's view on some of these issues might have an impact on how these locations are built. But anyway, with that in mind, I would say that, just for the record, we have held in the past that even when a even when a licensed premise is when a licensed premise is around the corner from a school or a church, if there's kind of intervening space in between, the fact that we treat it as being on 2 blocks, we've overlooked and said that it's not on the same street if it's around the corner. And in this particular diagram, retail space C and retail space A are, I would say, in that category of being around the corner from where the school is, because they face Center Boulevard. And as you can see, there are intervening storefronts or the lobby of a building, and then there's the south tower of the building next to one, and then a number of others for the retail space A. Retail space B, however, is undoubtedly has its entrances on the same street as the school, so it would not be around the corner.
I'm not fond of the playground of the school doesn't count.
Well, the playground is actually not on the street, and the way the law is written, it doesn't talk about
because that courtyard would be an intervening lot or something. I see. That's not part of the school.
Had, in the past, we've sometimes viewed it like a playground as part of the school. Like we had one where the entrance that the students used was through the playground, so we considered that to be the walkway to the sidewalk.
That's what you have here, but there's an intervening courtyard that's unrelated to the school that takes it to Center Boulevard. I see what you're saying. So they could put a building up there and it would clearly not be on the same spot.
Yeah, and the other issue is that the way the law is written, it's about what's on the same street as opposed to anything else. And
so the playground is not on the street, I see.
You could, of course.
So technically, under our view of the law, the school is only on 54th Avenue and 2nd Street.
And correct. Okay. And while you could argue that the retail space C is also on 54th Avenue, that we just had a declaratory ruling earlier this year where under this circumstance, it was a big building because there were storefronts intervening because it wasn't actually sitting on the corner. We did not treat it as being, for this purposes, on 54th Avenue.
I mean, my problem with C is that lobby for entrance into C, or is that lobby for entrance into the South Tower? They don't show the area of entrance for that South Tower building.
Right.
If that lobby is part of retail space C, basically you walk down a hall to get in it through another door. I know 7 is the door, but they could have another door.
I don't know what you mean.
What he's saying is that if there's an entrance to the lobby from 54th Avenue, then you'll be
or even
entering.
Center Boulevard.
Then you're entering into the retail space from 54th Avenue, and in which case.
My
there
point
will
would
be
be that there's no
the same
intervening
street.
store or retail area, that's just a lobby. All right.
Yeah, well, look,
Well,
I don't know the answer to that. They did
Well, we can
represent that all of these doors are that the doors in this location are numbered.
Yeah, 7 is the door, but I don't know, so we just.
There's got to be other doors.
No,
to
but we're
all
gonna,
these
I mean, when we vote on it, like Gary said, we'll put the diagram in and we will make it clear that we are only voting on what has been presented to us. So if there's another door on retail space C that goes into that lobby.
Doesn't count.
Right, at least to that retail space.
Well, there are clearly more doors than represented on here, because there's no door at all to South Tower or North Tower.
Right.
I mean, there's.
They're just ideas.
Yeah, these are just.
Actually, in fairness, they only put in numbers for doors for the school and for the licensed premises. They didn't put in any other doors.
Right.
Well, which, it's in self-serving, isn't it? Isn't it easy to just identify only the doors that?
No, they're trying, no, I mean, I think what they're trying to do is identify the retail spaces and identify where they can put the doors to make it so it's not a 200-foot issue. There's no question that's what they're doing, but I understand that.
To be honest, the way I've read the prior declaratory rulings is while it might make sense for us to treat a premises that's actually on the corner as being on both streets, if it's in from the corner, it's not necessarily on 2 streets. And I think it's case law that said, there's some cases from the 1950s that say that if it's on the corner, it's on both streets.
What happened was the authority made that policy decision, it was litigated, and the court said, we're not gonna undo the agency's policy. I assume it was like a substantial evidence issue or something, but it was just upholding our policy.
Yeah,
Which makes sense, so retail space C doesn't, right now, I have a question whether that is the only retail space on that side of the building.
Right, but even if it isn't, I'm not sure that what's meant by being on the same street is served by saying a place that's open around the corner, even if there's no intervening door, is really on both streets. But I guess that's up to the.
No, and I agree with you, as long as there's not another door there. All right, I guess we could just vote on the.
Well, the first question is the grandfathering issue and whether or not in a situation where the licensed premises know that a school is going to be built, can they avoid the 200-foot rule by beating the school to open it?
I'm voting no on that. The school's already been identified, it's there, it's, for all intents and purposes, it's where it's gonna be.
All right, Commissioner Fan?
No.
Commissioner Ford?
No, you can't pre-grandfather, so I vote no.
Yes.
Right. So then I guess the next question is whether or not retail space A, C, and B are on the same street as the school before you even get to the 200-foot measurement. Because for the 200-foot rule, you have to be on the same street and within 200 feet.
So you want to take each one separately?
Yes.
All right.
So-
With respect to A,
So A is no matter what.
Yeah, I think A is fine.
A is that it's not on the corner.
Yes. Well, regardless, it's not on the same street as the school.
All right, Commissioner Ford?
Yeah, I think A is fine.
Chairman Brown?
Yeah, it's not on the same street.
With respect to location C,
It depends on how you get into that store.
We can only go on where they're saying they're putting them.
Yeah, based on what they're saying, if the entrance is only where number 7 is, then it's not on the same street.
Just, I haven't looked at this, I just have a question. Are you saying you're judging it based on where the entrance is or where the building is?
I'm judging it based on where they identified the door to retail space C is.
They have no, but what you don't see is the diagram. In the diagram, they have the retail space is all the way on this side of the building. Next to the retail space, they have a large room, which would be the intervening area that would keep it off the other street. And that's only listed as lobby.
Right, so if there's your point is if there's a door
from the
on
lobby.
55th, on 54th Avenue into the lobby to access the location,
Yes.
then it would be on the same street.
Yes.
Well, that, and also, now I'm feeling like there's no mailing address on the Eastman area, right? There is no actual street where the Eastman is. So where would the mailing address be? Wouldn't the mailing address be 54th Avenue?
No, it's going to be center. Well, this building's going to have one mailing address, so it's probably going to be 54th Avenue. Yeah, but what we've done in the past is when a building of that size has multiple retail areas and it's been on a corner, if it was like right here, but these were 2 or 3 other stores right here instead of a lobby, we would say this piece of store is not on this street.
Okay.
But I don't know whether this lobby, like we said, I don't know whether this lobby is a way to get to the, but we can just tell them they can't have a door there, that's all.
I mean, it looks like they're only proposing.
They can't use the lobby.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with the facts of this, I just want to make sure that if anybody's listening. In the past, you said, let's say a building is on the corner.
Right.
You said it doesn't matter which side the door is on, it's still on the same street.
No, there are declaratory rulings that say that we've issued that don't say that say that the point of it is because they were around the corner.
No, I'm saying.
No, it has nothing to do with the door, I get it.
Right. It's where the building.
Right. But so my question is, which isn't clear here, whenever we've done that, we have had intervening retail spaces between the one that was worried about the 200-foot issue and here. Here we don't. And that's what my concern is. If they're going to use that lobby to get around that fact, then there is no intervening space. You're using the same area.
Well, and then from that standpoint, from a licensing standpoint, we wouldn't allow them to do that if the street was on the 54th side to access that.
Right, right. So as long as we make it clear that you're not using 54th Street to get into that location.
Right.
And that location is separate, then I'm fine with it.
Okay. So Chairman, for C, you're saying it's not on the same street?
Provided that the only entrance on C is.
That's how it's being presented.
Yes, yeah.
All right, Commissioner Fan?
I'm okay with that if this street access of retail space C is onto Center Boulevard.
Right. Commissioner Ford?
Same here.
All right, now the location D.
It's actually B. It's actually B. It's AC.
I thought you said B.
B is on 2nd Street, and the school is also on 2nd Street.
I think this one is, there's no question this is on the same street.
And
what if the entrance though is on?
It may be more than 200 foot away, I don't know.
No, the entrance doesn't matter.
The entrance to the school doesn't matter.
Okay.
And the entrance to the building doesn't matter either.
So then the third question is.
So are you all in agreement then with respect to?
Yeah, it's on the same street.
So the only location under the diagram that would then be subject to the 200-foot rule, if it's within 200 feet, would be retail space B. And they asked us.
This we can't answer.
Where to measure to. And.
Where to measure to.
Yeah, from what door to what door.
And we can't say that because it's going to depend on what doors the school predominantly uses.
Yeah.
So
you're going to decline issuing a ruling with respect to the third issue?
Right.
Which brings the whole problem is if they don't know what the door is, then this exercise is premature.
Well.
I mean, they can take a gamble and say that it's going to be 10, but we don't know that. They may send everybody out through the playground, in which case the measurement would be completely screwed up anyway.
Put it on 2nd Street, right?
It's not even clear to me, the way the law is written, Being on the
Yeah,
same
but
street and within
that's not
200
on the
feet?
street.
Being on the same street and within 200 feet, the combination of those two? It doesn't even contemplate what happens if there's a door that's not on the same street.
Right.
Whether that would even
No,
matter.
like she just pointed out, if you look at C, the school could actually go out of the playground at 14, and those kids are gonna walk right by that licensed premise. That's clearly within 200 feet, but it's not on the same street.
Right.
Which is exactly why I don't think that we're ready to have this conversation.
But it wouldn't matter. Legally, they would be, if that's what they end
I know,
up
well,
doing,
there's
legally it
legal
would be
and then
fine.
there's legal and then there is, we just planted an OP right in the middle of a playground.
You can still decline to issue a license to the OP because it's too close to the school.
Yeah, I
It's just to whether or not it's completely restricted by the law. Or maybe you can't.
And these are not all guaranteed OPs. These are the places they're considering for OPs, right? All right, do we have any other questions? I'm declining to answer the door where you measure from because I have no clue what they're gonna use.
Yeah, that's.
All right, we're all set?
Yep.
Yep.
Moving on to 1974, $3,000 conditional offer.
I'm at 3,000.
Commissioner Ford,
3,000 accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
1976, it's a $3,000 conditional offer.
I'll accept 3,000.
Commissioner Ford,
3,000 accept.
Chairman Bradley.
3,000.
1977, pleading default.
1,500.
Commissioner Ford,
1,500.
Chairman Bradley.
1,500.
1978, $4,000 conditional offer.
I'll take 4,000.
Commissioner Ford,
4,000 accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
1979, $1,500 conditional offer.
1,500 accept.
Commissioner Ford,
1,500 accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
1980, $1,250 offer.
12,500.
Commissioner Ford,
Accept.
Chairman Bradley.
You accepted, right?
Mm-hmm.
Accept.
1981, $1,500 conditional offer.
1,500.
Commissioner Ford,
1,500 accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
1982, a $3,000 conditional offer.
I'm gonna accept 3,000.
Commissioner Ford,
Last time was big.
The number was?
1982.
Accept.
Chairman Bradley.
I'll accept.
1983, a $2,500 conditional offer.
I'll take 25.
Commissioner Ford,
25 accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
All the same exact violations.
I know.
1984, a $4,000 conditional offer.
I'll go to 3,000.
Commissioner Ford,
That night?
3,000, I was at 1,500. They've been open since 1962.
Chairman Bradley.
I'm going to recuse myself because as Deputy Commissioner Roberts just pointed out, he and I were at that location on July 23rd.
So what did you say,
You
Commissioner?
got 3,000 to 1,500.
I was there
That's another story.
I was there in the late 90s as well. But,
With Robert Chambers and Jennifer Levin.
No, I was not
I knew
there.
them both, actually.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
2,500?
2,500.
2,500? Okay. 1985 is an offer of $2,500.
I'll take 25.
Commissioner Fan,
I said I'll take 25.
Commissioner Ford,
Accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Shouldn't this be 6?
It should be 6, yes. That's why it came to you. Because they've got adverse history, it should be 6,000.
Oh,
If you go by the, you know,
The
past history.
Right.
Okay.
I'll go to 6.
I'll go 6.
this is 1985?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. 6.
All right, so 1986, a $3,500 conditional offer.
3,500 accept.
Commissioner Ford,
3,500 accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
1989 is a new on-premises liquor license subject to the 500-foot law.
It's a restaurant with 10 employees, 1 security guard, and they also will employ a manager. Recorded music, live music, and DJs, max occupancy is 75, table seating for 40, 12 at the bar. The applicant has been denied 6 times at this location and never disclosed this on his application. The applicant principal has extensive adverse history. He has paid $23,500, or she has paid $23,500 since 2016, plus they owe us, or owe the SLA $20,000 for EO violations. The ALJ said no public interest because we did not receive a public interest statement, so there was nothing to rule on. The applicant currently has 3 licenses, all with significant adverse history.
And I don't think there's enough hours in a day for.
You said that they would employ a manager, but I think she's saying she's managing it herself.
She could be, and then she may have, I may have read that she's gonna manage herself and then employ a manager.
7 days a week from 2 p.m. to 12 a.m.
Yeah, I just think that's not.
Which is 10 hours.
All right.
The licensee also has 3 other in those 3 other locations, she's self-managing 1, and then the other 2, the application says that she'll have a manager, but no personal questionnaire was ever put into managers in those other 2 cases. That's where the discipline is.
Commissioner Fan?
Yes,
I'm sorry?
I'm going to vote to deny.
No. Commissioner Ford?
I vote to deny as well.
Chairman Bradley?
I vote to deny as well.
1993, 99, 2000, and 2001. It's a offer of $12,000.
I'll accept 12,000.
Commissioner Ford?
12,000 accept.
Chairman Bradley?
Accept.
1994 is a new grocery store beer and wine products license.
I'm going to vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford?
I'm going to vote to approve as well.
Chairman Bradley?
I'm gonna vote to approve as well. There wasn't a veiling, but it was in the family, so to speak, so.
1998 is a request for reconsideration of a new on-premises wine license.
The applicant argues, we denied because the applicant reported that she was a manager at a place that was canceled for police focal point. The applicant now argues that she was not a manager. She was actually only a waitress at the other place. She agrees to hours of 10 to 12 a.m. Sunday through Wednesday and 10 to 2 a.m. Thursday through Saturday. No DJ, no dancing, no security.
Well, she claims she did manage the kitchen during the day. I look back at when she first applied for a license at this location, she applied for an OP. It was denied because of the 200-foot rule. But in that application, she actually just put a waitress down as her employment at Maria Latina, the place that we closed down. And somehow that became a managerial position when she applied for the restaurant one. But I think it's fair to say that it might not be appropriate to blame her for the disciplinary issues that occurred at that location late in the evening based on her representations.
All right, on the request for reconsideration, Commissioner Fan.
Yes, I'll vote yes to reconsider.
Commissioner Ford.
I'll vote yes to reconsider as well.
Chairman Bradley.
I will as well.
On the application itself then, Commissioner Fan.
With no objection from Bronx CB5, I'm going to vote to approve with the exact conditions that the community board agreed to. Sunday to Wednesday until midnight, Thursday, Saturday until 2 a.m., no DJ, no dancing, no security, no promoter, recorded music only.
All right, then Commissioner Ford.
Ditto.
Chairman Bradley.
I will do the same.
Next item, 2002. Say no contest, conditional no contest, plea $2,000.
2,000 accept.
Commissioner Ford.
I'll accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
2003, no contest plea.
I'm at 7,000.
Commissioner Ford.
I'm at 7,000 too.
Chairman Bradley.
7,000.
2004, $2,000 offer.
2,000 accept.
Commissioner Ford.
2,000 accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
2005 is a $1,500 conditional offer.
1,500 accept.
Commissioner Ford.
1,500 accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
2006 is a $1,500 conditional offer.
1,500 accept.
Commissioner Ford,
1,500 accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
2007 is an offer of cancellation of bond.
A cancel and bond.
Commissioner Ford,
Cancel and bond accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
Item 2011 is a request for declaratory ruling that was held over from the last meeting.
Yes, for the record, this is a request to have a ruling that the grandfather clause applies despite a gap in licensing that is longer than we ordinarily give, absent an excuse or explanation for that gap. I have learned from the requester that there was an actual excuse, which was that the building was gutted and therefore unoccupiable for a large percentage of that time. We now have an affidavit from the building manager attesting to that. So this is no longer a case where we would be asked to go beyond where we've been on the grandfather issue and gaps. There is precedent where we, in a case involving a location in Hurricane Sandy, found gaps to be forgivable that I believe were a couple of years. Based on the same issue, that the building had been destroyed and was being rebuilt, and therefore couldn't have had anything occupying it. So that's the record before the members.
Okay.
Anything, Commissioner Fan on the ruling request?
I'm going to agree with Gary that it's grandfathered because of the gut renovation.
Commissioner Ford?
Same here.
Chairman Bradley.
I will do the same.
Next is item 2012, the $1,500 conditional offer.
I'll go to 1,000.
Commissioner Ford.
2012. Yeah, add 1,000.
Chairman Bradley.
1,000.
2013 and 14, a $2,000 offer.
I'll take 2,000.
Commissioner Ford.
2,000 accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
2016, the $1,500 offer.
1,500 accept.
Commissioner Ford.
1,500 accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
2017 is a $2,000 offer.
I'll take 2,000.
Commissioner Ford.
2,000 accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
2018 and 19 is a $2,500 conditional offer.
2,500 accept.
Commissioner Ford.
2,500 accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
2021 is a no contest plea.
1,000.
Commissioner Fan, Commissioner Ford.
I was at 1,500.
Chairman Bradley.
1,000.
2022 and 32 is a no contest, a conditional no contest offer of $6,000.
I'll accept 6,000.
Commissioner Ford.
6,000 accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
2023 is a $1,500 conditional offer.
1,500 accept.
Commissioner Ford.
2023. Accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
2025, $1,250 offer.
12,500.
Commissioner Ford.
Accept.
Chairman Bradley.
12,500.
2026 is a $7,500 offer.
I'll accept 7,500.
Commissioner Ford.
I'll accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
2027, $1,500 offer.
I'll go to 1,000.
Commissioner Ford.
I was at accept.
7?
Accept.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'll accept.
I'm getting old here.
Not
2000
yet. I'm saying.
2028, $7,500 conditional offer.
I'll accept 7,500.
Commissioner Ford.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, accept.
Chairman Brad.
I'll accept.
2029, $4,000 offer.
4,000.
Commissioner Ford.
4,000 accept.
Chairman Brad.
Accept.
All right, 2030, it's the same licensee, a $1,500 offer.
I'm gonna go to 1,000.
Commissioner Ford.
That's what I had, 1,000 as well.
Chairman Brad.
1,000.
2031, a $1,500 offer.
1,500.
Commissioner Ford.
1,500 accept.
Chairman Brad.
Accept.
2033, a $1,500 offer.
Accept.
Commissioner Ford.
Accept.
Chairman Brad.
Accept.
2034 is a pleading default.
I'm at 2,500.
Commissioner Ford.
I'll do 2,500.
Chairman Brad.
2,500.
2035 and 36 is a $3,500 offer.
I'll accept 35.
Commissioner Ford.
Accept.
Chairman Brad.
Accept.
2037 is offer cancellation of bond loan.
Cancel and bond.
Commissioner Ford.
Accept.
Chairman Brad.
Accept.
2038 and 39 is $7,000 offer.
I'm gonna go to 5,000.
Commissioner Ford.
I was at 3,500.
3,500.
3,500, Tom.
Okay. 2040 and 41, a $15,000 offer.
15,000, accept.
Commissioner Ford.
15,000 accept.
Chairman Brad.
Accept.
2042, a $1,500 offer.
1,500, accept.
Commissioner Ford.
1,500 accept.
Chairman Brad.
Accept.
2044 is a $1,500 conditional offer.
1,500, accept.
Commissioner Ford.
Accept.
Chairman Brad.
Accept.
2045, $1,500 conditional offer.
I'm gonna go to 500.
Commissioner Ford.
I was at 500 as well.
Chairman Brad.
500.
2047, a $1,500 conditional offer.
1,500, accept.
Commissioner Ford.
Accept.
Chairman Brad.
Accept.
2048 is a request for reconsideration.
So this is a reconsideration of a disciplinary matter. The licensee is asking for no fine, indicates that he shut his doors immediately after he received the violations in September, and I believe state shut the entire course of COVID after that, and that he had paid $55,000 in property taxes while he was shut, and that should be penalty enough. We also got 2 letters from the local senator, who also asked us not to fine him. I don't know whether the senator was aware or not, and I'm going to assume he wasn't aware that we had received multiple complaints regarding this establishment. Correct, Gary?
Yeah, well, we also have a letter from the mayor. The senator says that he'd been told that the location was unfairly targeted, and these were technical violations. The mayor claims that these were violations that were outside of his control. They apparently don't have the records that we have. We had complaints about this location, which looks like a college bar, with crowds gathering outside and people standing and drinking inside.
During COVID.
During COVID. And, there are certain places in New York State that didn't make sense to be opened under the rules that the governor advanced, where restaurant dining was considered to be safe, but bar scenes were considered to be too unsafe to open, which is why there was a food requirement, et cetera. People had to be sitting and when consuming food and drink. So we went to this place and found, and we have pictures, found crowds assembling in front the first time, 35 people in line waiting to get in, 18 people standing and consuming when we got inside. The owner was there, was warned, and then we went back. 2 days later, same conditions. The reports also reflect, just by happenstance, because our investigators don't usually say this in a report, report that they visited the other bars on State and Court Street at the time, and they were in compliance.
No, and I think it needs to be noted as well that most of Binghamton was in compliance during the course of COVID. We got very few violations in the city of Binghamton, and it wasn't for lack of looking. And this individual, as you said, was warned, and
Yeah,
he ended up with 2 of them.
And it was based on that record that the board didn't accept the initial $3,500 offer and countered at $5,000. And the other thing that concerns me about this is the notion that that $1,500 difference was so offensive to the owner that he shut down and cost himself $55,000 really doesn't make sense. It doesn't add up.
Oh, I got the impression he shut down just because he couldn't, he decided he couldn't operate under the restrictions that were in place.
There were no drinking college students at that
Right,
time.
but the implications of some of the information we received was that there was the way in which we were enforcing the law is what caused him to close down, and that I don't think makes
It certainly costs a lot more than $1,500 to go through all this, to get all these letters in and all that.
No, and I think that the letters do establish that he's obviously a well-respected individual in this community and has certainly served his community well, and as a result of that, I am willing to go back to the $3,500 offer, but I'm not going below that. They want no fine, and that's not fair to the people that did
I agree with that.
abide by the law.
I'll go to $3,500 as well.
So, are we going back and accepting his original, that was his offer?
Yeah.
So we're just gonna accept the offer and that's gonna, all right?
Can we just go back and do that?
Well, there's a
Because the recon here, he's asking for no fine.
Right, and you can go back and, you're reconsidering what you did. So you can go back and accept his offer,
Yes.
all right? Okay.
Yeah.
Commissioner Ford?
Yes.
I just don't think it would be fair to the people that remained open or didn't open and didn't get fined or didn't get violations.
All right, the next item, 2048A, is a $20,000 conditional offer. This license has been summarily suspended since November.
I'm going to accept $20,000.
Commissioner Ford?
I'll accept 20,000.
Chairman Brett?
I'll accept.
2048B is a conditional offer of $20,000.
$20,000, accept.
Commissioner Ford?
This one's been suspended since December, yeah. I'll accept.
Chairman Brett?
I'll accept.
2048C, D, and E is a conditional offer of $20,000. This license was summarily suspended back in January.
These are all not, oh no, this is COVID and non-COVID, okay.
I'm going to accept $10,000.
Commissioner Ford?
I'll accept 20,000.
Chairman Brett?
I'll accept.
Next we have 2048F. This is a $10,000 conditional offer. This license was summarily suspended in December.
I'll accept $10,000.
Commissioner Ford?
I'll accept 10,000.
And Chairman Brett?
I'll accept.
Chairman, I have nothing else on the calendar. Do you have anything else?
I don't. Welcome back, everybody. It went smoother than I expected. I guess we can all put that and give Tom full credit for that.
Except for making an announcement without nobody hearing me.
That's normal. That's normal.
And the help of our staff in total.
Yes.
Special thanks.
This meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
2:15. Gary's got a good out.